that better? We'll call this hearing to order. We have to wait a moment here. Can I start? All right. Good morning and welcome to the fifth hearing of the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission's 2021 annual report cycle. Thank you all for joining us, and thank you to our witnesses for the effort they have put into their testimonies and for traveling here. I would like to thank Chairman Yarmuth of the House Budget Committee, as well as Jose Guillen, Lara Santos, and Sheila McDowell for allowing us the use of their hearing room. And I'd also like to thank the House Recording Studio and Doug Mazengale and Regina Schmidt in particular for their assistance live streaming this event. This is the first time the Commission has held a full hearing on China's strategic aims in Latin America and the Caribbean. Last year, the Commission held a hearing on China's strategic aims in Africa, a continent which China identifies as a template for its so-called community of common human destiny, and where it has steadily increased its economic presence and geopolitical influence. Over the past decade, China has similarly expanded its previously low-profile and mainly economic presence in Latin America and the Caribbean. Whereas China once avoided openly assertive activities in the region that might alarm the United States, it is now actively working to convert its strong economic ties into diplomatic and political leverage. China has become a visible, active participant in the political and security spheres and has cultivated relationships with a range of actors throughout the region. China has made Latin American and Caribbean countries a particular focus of its diplomacy in recent years. Between 2014 and 2020, General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party Xi Jinping visited the region even more frequently than he visited Africa. China has involved itself in the affairs of important regional groups such as the Organization of American States, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, a regional organization that excludes the United States. Over the past year, China's diplomats in the region have gone into overdrive in an effort to reverse the public relations disaster of the COVID-19 pandemic while simultaneously spreading disinformation about the United States. Beijing now seeks to use access to Chinese vaccines as levers to extract favors from Latin American and Caribbean governments despite questions about the vaccine's effectiveness. Politically, Beijing aims to create a network of government connections in Latin American and Caribbean countries who will toe the Chinese Communist Party line on issues such as Hong Kong and Xinjiang, and who view China's state-led authoritarian system as a model to emulate. It actively courts Latin American and Caribbean civil servants, legislators, and party leaders from across the political spectrum by inviting them to trainings and all expenses paid trips to China. Another important aim of these activities is the elimination of diplomatic space for Taiwan. Following pressure from Beijing, Panama switched recognition to the PRC in 2017, followed by the Dominican Republic and El Salvador in 2018. Taiwan's 9 remaining diplomatic partners in Latin America and the Caribbean, its most in any region of the world, continue to be targets of similar pressure. China is also exporting elements of technologically enabled authoritarianism to the region, such as the Chinese surveillance technologies enabling the repression of the people of Venezuela. Argentina, Brazil, Ecuador, Guyana, and Dominica have also adopted Chinese surveillance technologies to various extents. Meanwhile, the People's Liberation Army seeks to strengthen relationships with regional militaries through training, exchanges, and arms sales, while simultaneously improving its own power projection capabilities. It already operates a space tracking station in Argentina's Patagonia region, giving China's military a potential foothold in the Western Hemisphere. Through bilateral and multilateral space-related cooperation with countries such as Argentina, Brazil, Venezuela, and Peru, China hopes to not only expand markets for its space technology, but also develop its own technological and military capabilities. The importance of understanding China's intentions in Latin America and the Caribbean, a region so close to the United States, is great. In today's hearing, we look forward to exploring the implications of China's growing presence and influence in this vital region. Before we begin our first panel, I would like to welcome our newest member, Kim Glass, and thank the Commission staff, particularly Sierra Janik and Taylor Roth, for their work on this hearing. I'll turn the floor over to my colleague and co-chair for this hearing, Commissioner Derek Scissors. Derek?
Thanks, Carolyn. This is my first time co-chairing, so please assume that if something goes wrong, I did it. For that reason, I am still virtual. I just got my second shot, and I do not want the legacy of my first co-chaired hearing to be sick or to make anyone else sick. Echo Carolyn in saying thank you to all those responsible for making the hearing possible. You have the never-ending task of trying to make these hearings commissioner-proof. And to our witnesses, we appreciate your work to make policy better, and members of Congress will as well. I'm going to focus on economic events, though I don't think they are actually that important. China has worked to diversify its resource dependence for more than a decade, and Latin America and the Caribbean is a component of that. I deliberately omitted the word vital or anything to that effect. Using 2019 Chinese trade data, Brazil, with oil, soy, and iron ore as a major supplier. The next largest regional supplier is Chile, which shows volume about on par with South Africa and less than half that of Malaysia. It's not just that Latin America and the Caribbean mostly supplies China with commodities. Most of Latin America and the Caribbean only supplies China with 1 to 2 commodities. Brazil also dominates in receiving Chinese investment, with Peru second. That foreshadows rising copper exports from Peru. As with China's resource diversification efforts elsewhere in the world, infrastructure building is part and parcel for both transportation and more reliable power generation. Venezuela was the early leader in the region here. It's then replaced by Argentina. It's worth noting that China's global investment in construction were declining pre-COVID from a roughly 2017 peak. And some countries in the region and elsewhere may not see the post-COVID surge in investment in construction financed by China that they are anticipating. China's global pattern, extending to Latin America and the Caribbean, is to curry favor with governments with seemingly unrelated offers of support. For example, digital and surveillance technology transfer. It's my view that resource extraction remains the primary driver of Chinese interests in Latin America and the Caribbean. But to be blunt, I'm not sure this matters much to the United States. We're not in competition for those resources. It's the associated largely non-commercial actions that have enough scope and importance to matter to the region, but also to US policy. One set of these actions is found in COVID diplomacy. The region's population is at about 650 million, while the latest on vaccine doses is barely 130 million. Only the US and China can fill that gap in anything close to a timely fashion, and US vaccine quality is superior. But China's COVID diplomacy and other regional initiatives will likely rise and fall on their own merits, with only secondary US involvement. Despite Latin America and the Caribbean being in our backyard and all those statements we make all the time, a compelling case for greater US involvement in the region to counter China has not been made, in my opinion. There are a few conspicuous exceptions, of course, but region-wide, the US challenge right now appears to be to limit Chinese influence to the extent possible, but allocating few resources of our own. This hearing is a chance to make the case to do more than that, and I look forward to hearing from our witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll introduce the first panel. Before I do that, I just want to note for them that while masks are required in this room, if you're speaking, you can remove your mask. Our first panel will examine China's overall strategy for engagement with Latin American and Caribbean countries, identify Beijing's main objectives and strategies, and consider their implications for countries in the region as well as the United States. First, we will welcome back Dr. Evan Ellis, Research Professor of Latin American Studies at the U.S. Army War College Strategic Studies Institute, who last testified before the Commission at our June 2020 hearing, The Chinese View of Strategic Competition with the United States. Dr. Ellis previously served on the Secretary of State's policy planning staff with responsibility for Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as international narcotics and law enforcement issues, and he has published over 280 works. Dr. Ellis will address China's core objectives for engagement with Latin America and Caribbean countries. Next, we will hear from Ms. Margaret Myers, Director of the Asia and Latin American Program at the Inter-American Dialogue. Ms. Myers has published extensively on China's relations with the Latin America and Caribbean region and has testified before the House Committee on Foreign Affairs on the China-Latin America relationship. Ms. Myers will address China's evolving economic and diplomatic engagement with the region. Finally, we welcome Dr. Ryan Berg, Senior Fellow at the Center for Strategic and International Studies Americas Program. Dr. Berg is also an adjunct professor at the Catholic University of America and visiting research fellow at the University of Oxford's Changing Character of War program. His current research focuses on U.S.-Latin America relations, authoritarian regimes, armed conflict, strategic competition, and trade and development issues. Dr. Berg will address China's political influence activities in the region and their implications for regional governance and U.S. interests. I'd like to remind our witnesses to please keep your remarks as close as you can to 7 minutes to leave time for the following question and answer sessions, and your full statement will be put into the record. Dr. Ellis, we'll begin with you.
Chairman Bartholomew, Commissioner Scissors, distinguished commission members, thank you for this opportunity. I will summarize my written remarks. We don't need to show malevolent PRC intentions or that PRC has made Latin America the most priority region to recognize that PRC engagement in Latin America is very harmful to the region's prosperity, democracy, and the strategic position of the United States. As elsewhere, the Chinese state is pursuing a mostly economic-focused engagement, although nonetheless strategic to orchestrate flows of wealth, principally to its own benefit. China's pursuit in Latin America and the Caribbean are a subset of, in my opinion, consistent with what it seeks globally, reliable access to commodities and foodstuffs, but also markets and technology. During the Cold War, the Soviet Union sought to impose a political model, often subsidizing its allies to sustain them. The PRC has not. Even where it has made seemingly risky loans to populist partners like Venezuela, it has used strong mechanisms to ensure that it gets paid. China is, without trying to be, an incubator for anti-U.S. leftist populism, extending loans and other support as populist regimes consolidate power and undermine democratic institutions in this region intimately connected with the United States. In turn, populist governments have been the region's principal partners with respect to not only infrastructure projects and resources, but also military, space, and technology activities of concern. Venezuela, for example, bought the first Chinese fighters and radars in the region. Argentina may soon buy the JF-17 or another fighter, the most advanced Chinese fighters sold in the region to date. In space, Venezuela's Hugo Chavez was the first in the region to procure a Chinese satellite, as you know, as Commissioner, the Venusat-1, while Argentina's Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner allowed the PLA to build and operate, as you acknowledged, the well-known deep space radar in Neuquén. Populist regimes also hosted the first Chinese national surveillance systems in the region, ECU 911 in Ecuador and BOL 110 in Bolivia. Venezuela, as you noted, contracted ZTE to implement the Fatherland Identity Card used to administer scarce food and supplies, and now in the distribution of scarce COVID-19 vaccines. These cases also illustrate what you alluded to, China's growing export of digital authoritarianism, providing technologies that help its allied populist regimes to monitor their population, to ration goods, and to stay in power, thus contributing to China's continued access to their commodities and markets. A key Chinese influence tool is its people-to-people diplomacy. The region's 39 Confucius Institutes help to recruit those with interest in and aptitude for Mandarin to study in China. Then, grateful for the Hanban scholarships that secured their careers, these youth in Latin America are now becoming the technocrats charged with pursuing their country's interests before China. Beyond students, the PRC regularly brings Latin American politicians, journalists, and virtually all of the region's key China-oriented think tank professionals to the country, motivating them, of course, to self-censor later what they then publicly write and say about China, lest they lose their future access and trips. China seeks leverage by investing in Latin American connectivity. It has signed up 19 Latin American countries for One Belt, One Road, has 40 port projects in the region, and increasingly operates, not just builds, roads and public transits through public-private partnerships. Chinese companies are pursuing strategic riverine infrastructure, including a contract for the Paraguay-Paraná River Corridor, used by 5 South American nations for their agricultural exports. Chinese companies are playing an increasingly important role in electricity infrastructure, are involved in more than 15 hydroelectric projects across the region, mega solar projects in Argentina and Brazil near Açu, and the Hualong 1 nuclear reactor in Argentina. In Brazil, Chinese companies have invested tens of billions of dollars, in electricity transmission. In Peru, Yangtze Power manages half of Lima's power. In Chile, after 5 different acquisitions, Chinese companies control 57% of electricity distribution nationally. In telecommunications, Huawei, a key provider of the region's commercial networks, is now positioned to play a major role in 5G. The risk is not just military, but PRC access to data to help its companies win commercial bids, to obtain technology, and to compromise Latin American decision makers. In e-commerce, an important overlooked phenomenon is the advance of the Chinese rideshare company Didi Chuxing, whose app captures the movement and credit cards of millions of Latin Americans who use it. With respect to multilateral forums, China uses CELAC, as you alluded, Madam, in Latin America rather than the OAS, because CELAC's lack of a permanent bureaucracy and the absence of the US makes it easier for China through it to broadcast its agenda to the region. For the PRC, recognition of Taiwan in the region is an issue that involves but goes beyond economics. 9 of the 14 states recognizing the ROC are in the region. Changes to the PRC, including Panama in 2017 and the Dominican Republic and El Salvador in 2018, opened those countries for Chinese businesses and influence, including through multiple non-transparent MOUs. COVID-19, of course, increases PRC leverage and opportunity to expand its presence, albeit with greater difficulties. China has used vaccine access to induce Brazil and the Dominican Republic to reverse prior commitments to exclude Huawei from its 5G networks. In Paraguay, China attempted to persuade the Abdo Benitez government to abandon Taiwan for a vaccine. And now in Honduras, President Juan Orlando Hernandez now promises to open a trade office in mainland China in order to get vaccines. As occurred after the 2008 global financial crisis, it is also likely that very soon Western companies, including those from Europe, will begin to sell assets in weakly performing Latin American markets, positioning the Chinese companies to farther expand there. I recommend the following for the principles of the U.S. response. First, do not attempt to explicitly block Latin Americans from working with China. I believe that it will fuel resentment and will likely not be effective. I believe we should focus instead on transparency, the rule of law, and helping strengthen institutions to inoculate the region from more predatory Chinese gambits, thus positioning the U.S. as a helpful, concerned neighbor rather than perceived as a jealous hegemon. Leveraging the private sector and perhaps the Development Finance Corporation wherever possible as a complement to USAID and other state-led initiatives. In areas that create strategic vulnerabilities like telecommunications and smart cities, we should push back, working with like-minded partners when possible to provide commercially viable alternatives. In public diplomacy, we need to focus more on the region's vulnerability to being sold out by their own elites when those elites engage with China in non-transparent projects, not part of prior locally made national development plans. Expand data collection on Chinese company performance in the region and make it available to U.S. senior leaders in ways relevant to the partners that they're addressing. And think through strategic trade-offs, where we should push back against bad partner behaviors and where to refrain to avoid driving partners into a worse situation, where they are freed by PRC money to be as corrupt as they wish, as long as they deliver their nation's goods to China. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Myers.
Good morning. I would like to thank hearing co-chairs Chairman Bartholomew and Commissioner Scissors, as well as the other commission members and staff for the opportunity to testify today. Let me just start out by saying that I see this moment, this COVID-19 era and its aftermath, as a likely turning point in the China-Latin America relationship. Despite some very public missteps by China in the region and concerns about the quality of Chinese products that have been delivered to the region in relation to COVID-19 in recent months, and indeed a decline in Chinese sovereign lending to the region for 5 years now, it is quite probable that China's targeted outreach over the next year, or the past year rather, whether in response to COVID-19 specifically, or through ongoing support for infrastructure and other projects, will do much to solidify and deepen China's ties to the region. It is also probable that Chinese companies will be comparatively well-positioned to invest in Latin America and the Caribbean in the coming months and years. Certainly by acquiring assets in sectors, mining, oil and gas, energy infrastructure that have been of interest to China for 2 decades now, but also in those areas where China is rapidly expanding its footprint, such as in the delivery of technological solutions at the national, provincial, and municipal levels. And then there are the extensive and often very productive local, municipal, and provincial level ties that Chinese governmental, quasi-governmental, commercial, and other actors have been building for years in some cases, and which I think could be increasingly impactful post-COVID-19. In just the past few weeks alone, we've seen a slew of new projects announced in Argentina in particular, but also in other parts of the region. This includes China Machinery Engineering Corporation's investment in a train car production facility in Santa Fe, Argentina, the approval of phases 4 and 5 of Argentina's Cauchari solar project, and talk of a China-financed gas pipeline running from the Vaca Muerta shale field in Argentina to Brazil. Discussion of a possible trade deal with Uruguay and Mercosur has also reemerged, and the Inter-American Development Bank China Fund will support a project in El Salvador, reportedly. And then there are, of course, many other examples of project development in recent weeks as well. Although I agree with, with Commissioner Scissors that although resource acquisition is indeed a primary objective for China, has been for so many years now, some Chinese engagement will be quite supportive of the region's recovery. This is a moment when Latin America and the Caribbean will need assistance and infusions of capital more than ever, and from a wide range of sources. But there is also much at stake as China engages even more extensively with the region, and not just as concerns U.S. interests. As we know, China's track record is mixed in Latin America and the Caribbean. There is considerable variation in Chinese companies' commitment to quality and sustainability when both selecting and developing projects. Also varying commitment to consultation with local communities and other stakeholders, and to avoiding corrupt activities. China's activity is also known to undermine critical democratic institutions, even providing some governments, as we've noted, right, with tools intended to limit freedom of expression in the name of stability. And this is of very grave concern at a moment when the region's democratic fundamentals are under siege from within, in many cases. As Chairman Bartholomew has also noted, there is evidence of China converting its economic ties to political leverage, plenty of that happening, and especially evident in this COVID-19 era regarding the distribution of Chinese vaccines. A U.S. engagement, right, at this phase, whether related to China or not, will be very important in the coming years as the region possibly embraces China with greater enthusiasm. But in crafting this approach, it will be critical to also bear in mind certain lessons learned from our previous efforts. First of all, we should not assume that U.S. concerns about Chinese influence, whether economic or otherwise, are necessarily held by Latin American and Caribbean audiences, including in those countries with strong ties to the U.S. We've seen a relative surge in activity in Colombia in just the past year or so, a little more than that. Concerns about Huawei and the possibility of Chinese surveillance are also not shared by most, right? Certainly by some, but not by most in the Latin American and Caribbean region. Second, and this is a related point, the broad U.S. condemnation of Chinese activity and other practices in Latin America has not been an effective communication strategy. U.S. cooperation in public messaging vis-a-vis China should instead focus on those areas where U.S. and Latin American interests frequently intersect. And where cooperation can indeed improve conditions on the ground. China's monopolistic activity in sectors with security implications comes to mind, for example. It's an issue that struck a chord in Chile in recent weeks. Or there's corruption, of course, which is of much concern among audiences in the region and a regional problem from which China has benefited on many occasions. Or there's the issue of ecological degradation, whether as a result of illicit Chinese activity or China's demand for certain primary commodities. This issue, corruption too, of course, is of greater concern to some governments in the region than others, but is one of paramount and certainly existential importance to segments of the population, and where U.S.-Latin America cooperation can do much to improve outcomes and even create economic opportunity. And finally, many Latin American and Caribbean nations indeed share certain democratic values and other values, right, with the U.S. But when considering whether to promote Chinese trade and investment or heed U.S. warnings about Chinese influence, the region's decisions will increasingly be based on economic interests rather than values-based ones. The U.S. cannot rely on shared values to sustain key partnerships, or even just on security cooperation. U.S. interests in the region, including as concerns competition with China, are best served by strengthening and reinforcing U.S. economic ties to the region. And so I would argue that in addition to doing things like donating more vaccines, obviously, to Latin America and the Caribbean, working in countries to strengthen democratic institutions and accountability mechanisms, as Evan referenced, highlighting those instances of disconnect between Chinese policy and action, investing in American innovation, right, which has been a priority of late, and making sure our own house is in order as the pandemic prompts comparisons between US and Chinese models of governance. It will be absolutely critical that the US plays a central role in cooperation with partner nations in ensuring the region's sustainable economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. This is crucial not only for the region's economic, social, and political stability, but also in pursuit of hemispheric security and democracy. We can compete more effectively by reinforcing trade ties, for example, investing in sectors that will boost trade connectivity, by mobilizing capital through targeted financial assistance, creating opportunities for private sector engagement in support of the SDGs, very importantly. And a robust US response and really a new vision, frankly, for hemispheric cooperation is also important to underscore US commitment to Latin America's stability and well-being at a moment when, frankly, China is often viewed in Latin America as quite supportive of the region's development-related interests. And I'll stop there as my time comes to an end and very much look forward to follow-on discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Myers. Dr. Berg.
Chairman Bartholomew, Commissioner Scissors, and esteemed members of the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the immensely important topic of China in Latin America and the Caribbean. The mostly democratic character of our hemisphere, the deeply embedded cultural, linguistic, geographic, and historical links the region shares with the United States, and the largely integrated nature of the regional economy have brought the U.S. immeasurable strategic advantages as it pursued global influence in other regions of the world. These distinct advantages born of our shared neighborhood are also under threat given China's engagement with the region. For 2 decades after the Cold War, American policymakers acted on the conventional wisdom that strategic rivalry was a phenomenon that played out in far more distant regions. Often they were right. Beginning in the last decade, however, China's engagement with the region has called into question this strategic axiom by first challenging and now threatening these core American interests. The serious challenge posed by China's multifaceted engagement with Latin America and the Caribbean means that the U.S. can no longer take for granted everything from the sizable influence it historically enjoyed within the region to the continued democratic character of the region. Perhaps more than any other issue, managing China's relationship with Latin America and the Caribbean and warding off some of its most corrosive elements will determine the trajectory of U.S.-Latin America relations over the course of the 21st century. I'm going to skip over the economic portion of my testimony today because I feel as though that's been covered sufficiently by the 2 other witnesses, and jump forward to the technology component, which is a significant arrow in the quiver of Chinese influence in Latin America. Huawei is one of the market leaders of mobile devices in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is a top contender for critical upcoming 5G elections in Brazil, Chile, and Mexico. Washington has offered economic incentives to turn the tide away from Chinese companies. For example, the U.S. offered Brazil, an erstwhile member of the Clean Network, generous terms of finance to purchase 5G equipment from European sources. Unfortunately, Brazil reversed its initial decision on Huawei under Chinese pressure for vaccines. Military collaboration is a growing aspect of Chinese activity in Latin America and the Caribbean. Arms sales, military training, and technical military support allow China to build key strategic partnerships with armed forces in the region. The People's Liberation Army has a burgeoning presence, which it maintains through training and visits, permitting it greater familiarity with countries' operational frameworks, as well as preparedness levels, as well as familiarity with their strategic doctrine. China has also focused on ongoing training of the region's military officers at PRC institutions of military education, which should familiarize and educate the upper brass and future upper brass in Chinese military doctrine. The PLA is rapidly building new dual-use infrastructure or acquiring access to existing dual-use infrastructure that can enhance its military capabilities in the region. Of top concern are several dozen agreements that China has to build or expand deep-water ports in Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as the space station that Chairwoman Bartholomew mentioned, operated without any Argentine oversight in Neuquén province and Patagonia. A major concern for the future would be any type of preferential access China could secure to the Panama Canal, which would be both a strategic nightmare as well as containing significant symbolic importance to the United States. China has exported a suite of repressive surveillance technology to countries in the region. In 2006, for instance, Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro rolled out what has become a key tool in maintaining his social control, the so-called Carnet de la Patria, or Father Card, an ID card developed and sold by ZTE Corporation. The card serves to monitor citizens' social, political, and economic behavior and is required to access social services and benefits, including most recently vaccines during the pandemic. In other parts of the region, China exports its Smart City initiatives, which integrates facial recognition technology with traditional surveillance equipment. Argentina and Ecuador have been recipients of such technology transfers in the past. In general, the region's persistent physical security challenges, it represents about 8% of the world's population, but nearly 1/3 of the world's homicides, and the important political issue that security represents, I think will ensure continued interest in China's smart city surveillance technology for years to come. China also leverages less visible forms of engagement, namely party-to-party engagement through the International Liaison Department of the Chinese Communist Party. While the ILD's contacts with political parties in Latin America and the Caribbean are less extensive than they are in other regions, still, between 2002 and 2017, the ILD held nearly 300 meetings with 74 different political parties in 26 countries in the region. In some cases, the ILD was the channel through which the CCP engaged political parties in countries that do not recognize it diplomatically. The ILD does not appear to be formally involved in China's economic deal-making process in the region, but it does appear to play some role, perhaps an important role, in lubricating the process by which deals are forged. Policy recommendations for the United States Congress. First and foremost, commit to developing and implementing a new concept of strategic denial. Since the founding of the Republic, the U.S. has conducted foreign policy with respect to the region through the lens of strategic denial, that is to say, preventing rivals from achieving strategic footholds in Latin America or otherwise significantly impairing U.S. influence and security stemming from the region. The U.S. must update this framework for the 21st century. Key to formulating a new strategy will be defending American interests against China while not appearing to overtly block Latin America and the Caribbean from economic advantages that investments from Beijing can occasionally offer. In sum, the U.S. cannot make regional engagement all about China, even if it is indeed all about China. Second, identify select sectors for competition and catalog Chinese activities in Latin America and the Caribbean. The U.S. will not gain from a strategy overtly focused on blocking Chinese engagement. Rather, it must bolster the region's ability to engage with China on non-exploitative, fairer terms. There are some sectors, however, which are simply too important to core U.S. interests and long-term prosperity, as well as the prosperity of the region, and these sectors likely include telecommunications, certain technology transfers, and these dual-use infrastructure assets that could have military application in future scenarios. To assist U.S. policymakers in making these determinations, the federal government should require an official report on the extent and scope of Chinese activities in Latin America and the Caribbean, as one piece of legislation currently before the House does. Third, prioritize governance and prepare now for post-pandemic vulnerabilities. Governance deficits abounded throughout Latin America and the Caribbean prior to the pandemic, but the COVID-19 pandemic has really laid bare governance deficits in an even more transparent way. In part, poor governance helps to explain the shockingly low levels of satisfaction with democracy in the region and provides critical openings for China. The rule of law and the ability of governments to provide the most basic of services should be fundamental goals of U.S. assistance. Governance should also encompass a focus on building institutional strength in order to afford Latin America and the Caribbean the opportunity to engage with China on fairer terms that are in both its interests as well as the core interests of the United States. China's desire to aggressively leverage the pandemic to its advantage make this a particularly vulnerable moment for Latin America and the Caribbean. I'll stop there. Thank you very much, and I look forward to answering the Commission's questions.
Thank you very much. I should have warned my colleagues at the beginning. We're going to go alphabetically for questioners, as we have been doing. So I'm going to start with Commissioner Borokoff.
Thank you. for the warning. Uh, First, I want to say thank you to all of you. And Dr. Ellis, I enjoyed when you were here last year and have been following what you write throughout the year. So I feel like what you spoke about today, it's been building to that. And I enjoyed it a lot, just from a factual viewpoint. All three of you alluded to the fact that to a great extent, we're not really talking about the net effect on our own economy. We're talking about the result of us losing the hearts and minds of Latin America. And that is of great concern to every American for obvious reasons. They're in our backyard. And the folks from Latin America, it's not a big secret, have been slowly but surely becoming an integral part of our society, either legally or illegally. They're part of America now. So we have legitimate concerns, and you have brought them up, that perhaps I think what I'm discerning from what you said is that the people down there in those areas don't respect democracy the way they used to. They don't feel the warm and fuzzy feeling about America that we sort of feel about them. And maybe we've sent some wrong messages over the last few decades. So my question is, several of you mentioned that we needed to strengthen the rule of law down there. And I'd like to know specifically, if you had an idea as to how you would do that, I'd like you to each just give me a quick answer on what would you do, one thing. And then the other thing I'd like to know is, if there's time, and if not, I'll ask it later, what mechanism do the Chinese use specifically to collect on their debts? So whoever wants to go first, jump in.
Commissioner, thank you very much for your words. You raise many absolutely important points. To me, the most critical point, and I also agree with Commissioner Scissors, that it's not about competing for Latin American resources. I think one of the difficulties is making a correct and accurate assessment of the nature of the threat and the ways in which they're transmitted to us. So, sir, as you rightfully pointed out, one of the things that worries me, the economic dimension tends to be, first of all, because we are intimately dependent on supply chains that connect to Latin America. We have extensive investments in Latin America. So when conditions are bad in Latin America, that directly affects us. Indeed, as we saw when COVID began to shut down some of the connections that we have with Mexico, how that impacted even defense supply chains as well as others. In addition, as you also rightfully pointed out, sir, when conditions go bad in the region, as well as when it's good, that directly impacts us through flows of migration, through disease flows, through national security, through drug flows such as the fentanyl, that killed 80,000 plus Americans last year. And so the thing that worries me most about China is the way in which China's self-seeking economic engagement is indirectly having these effects in the region. That was why I chose in my testimony to focus, first of all, on the mechanism of populism, because I see this nefarious cycle. It's not that China is looking to promote client states, but in the course of seeking its own benefits, China is nurturing the conditions that bring these about. And we've seen this again and again. We saw it with Hugo Chavez. We saw it with Rafael Correa in Ecuador. We saw it with Evo Morales in Bolivia. We're seeing it with Cristina Fernandez and Alberto in Argentina, et cetera, et cetera. It's a time-tested cycle. And so, indeed, and I think my fellow panelists agree on this as well, it's somewhat counterproductive to say, okay, don't deal with China. That message has not worked well in the past. But, sir, I think you go right to the core of it. What does it mean? To me, it's transparency, because insisting on transparency through our economic leverage and through our policy makes it more difficult for Latin American leaders to basically sign corrupt, self-serving deals with Chinese companies that ultimately undermine our position. In addition, talking about rule of law, I believe that there are governance strengthening mechanisms, one to help better planning in Latin America. So, for example, the previous government in Panama, Juan Carlos Varela, he was going to spend $4.1 billion of the Panamanian people's money for a train that wasn't even in Panama 2030, their national plan. So you have to stick with a plan if you want Latin American companies to develop. You have to have technically competent adjudication processes. So, for example, when Costa Rica signed up for Route 32 improvements by the Chinese, they didn't include certain things like guardrails and sidebars. And so oftentimes when you have apples to apples, you find that the Chinese offering is not good. And on the back end, it's enforcement of local laws. And so that has to do with, as my colleague pointed out, environmental compliance and other things. The difficulty is that the types of things that we do, there are many things that we move in the right direction, whether it's USAID programs or State Department-led programs or DoD programs in support of the security sector. There are things that we need to do more consistently without stops and starts in funding. There are things that we need to do with respect to thinking better how we do some of the programs on a broader scale. So we do some very good work in anti-corruption fights through pushing back on, through, for example, Colombian Action Pan polygraph testing, but we need to work in conjunction with local partners to also change some underlying rules that keep basically the corrupt officials just from being pushed to another part of the police or judicial system. In short, there are a broad number of answers to how you do the anti-corruption fight and government strength things. We do some of it right now, but we need to do it better, and we need to do it more consistently on a broader scale is really the core of my answer, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Myers, Dr. Berg, do you have anything that you wanted to add briefly?
Thanks. Yes, just very briefly. I mean, on the issue of rule of law, there's work ongoing, at the embassy level, which I think is absolutely critical to try to ensure, a sufficient degree of transparency in procurement processes to strengthen, those institutions that are responsible for accountability, but whether within the government itself or we may be talking about media, trainings for the media on what precisely is happening in the region and what China's interests might be. Also work with civil society, which is much stronger, obviously, in some countries than others, but nevertheless a critical component of this. And civil society has been absolutely critical in performing this accountability function. And I think will continue to be, and in many cases have sort of reversed the course of certain Chinese deals. So a very, very important, I think, line of work. And regarding your question about debt repayment, the debt situation in Latin America is very different than in other parts of the world. And so for Latin Americans, generally, this notion of debt trap diplomacy doesn't resonate. In most cases, whether Venezuela is an extreme outlier, obviously, right? But in the case of Argentina, in the case of Brazil, there have been, fairly structured and on-time repayments of debt, with some exceptions. Ecuador and Venezuela, what China has done on multiple occasions now is to extend the timeline for debt repayment, so to offer some accommodation to those countries at particularly difficult moments. Whether that will continue or not is another question, but there have not been examples of seizure of assets or something of that nature.
Dr. Berg?
Yeah, I'll just say very briefly on the strengthening institutions and the rule of law front. The Inter-American Democratic Charter can be a huge boon for us here. We have to remember that Latin America and the Caribbean is the only region of the world, 34 of the 35 countries, everyone but Cuba, has pledged to not only uphold the rule of law, but to offer representative democracy as a right to their citizens. Right. So this is a region of the world that is uniquely committed to this type of political system, and there are a number of things that we can do to help the OAS as the main enforcement body for the Inter-American Democratic Charter to build out the so-called Inter-American system, which includes human rights institutions, which includes a number of monitoring mechanisms. We also do a number of things with judicial strengthening through our security cooperation with the United States. We see that as sort of opposite sides of the same coin. And so if you look at what we've done to help Mexico, for example, entirely reform its judiciary system as an effort to get after some of the levels of impunity in the country, that's another thing to look at in terms of ways to look at building rule of law and tying it to other issues with which it intersects in the region.
Thank you very much. I was very generous with the time there. It's not going to be so generous going forward. Commissioner Fiedler.
Thank you. On the corruption question, is the corruption individual leadership directed corruption, or is it a combination of that plus funding political parties as a result of the corruption? In other words, using corruption to fund the political party. Whoever wants to answer first. And
Sir, I'll try to be more brief, but it's all of the above, sir. As Dr. Berger alluded to, there is international liaison department engagement directly with parties, party trips. So it's interesting the degree to which the number of Chilean congressmen, for example, who have been over to China on China trips and the relative absence of criticism within the Chilean Congress about China. But in addition to that, it's many deals, not in every country, but deals where the son-in-law of the brother of the president gets the intermediation contract for signing the deal. So there's those type of things where leaders directly benefit through family and friends. This was an issue, of course, in Ecuador with many of the cronies affiliated with Rafael Correa that the next government of Lenin Moreno was trying to sort out. It goes at the individual level of the sidebar benefits of individual businessmen. It goes to the Latin American business consultants who gets the trips to China, the Latin American journalists who get the trips to China, who then are selectively silent.
Let me stop you a second, because I want to burrow down on it a little bit. So if there's a principal leader that's corrupt and he gets $20 million payment, the question is he divvying a whole lot of that out, keeping all the 20 for himself, or is he giving it to other folks along in the party that he runs or participates in? So in other words, it's shared corruption. The individual politician is corrupt, but then he pays off a bunch of other people.
What I've seen,
Is
sir,
that
is
phenomenon occurring in Latin America?
I have not personally seen that so much as the family and friends beneficiaries of different contracts. There were two excellent books by Fernando Villavicencio in Ecuador Made in China, and a second one, taking a detailed look at the way in which oil intermediation contracts and things, during the Rafael Correa government, filtered out through to friends and cronies of the president. I don't know how it was
I
filtered.
think that Ms. Myers has an answer.
Sure, and I don't know that I have one that's much more detailed than Evan's, but what I've seen in digging deep into this, and including ILD engagement with specific parties across the entire region, we most recently did a very in-depth study on ILD, PRI, Mexico ties. And what we see in almost all cases, and of course this is very difficult to determine unless you're a fly on the wall, is that it's targeted toward individuals, specific individuals. It needn't be particularly high-level individuals. I mean, a lot of distribution of PPE was given, directly to those in customs agencies, for example, who will be in a position to be able to make decisions that are favorable for China in the coming years. Maybe not immediately, maybe in the longer term. So, very much. That said, there is extensive effort to bring entire members, right, or sort of leadership of political parties to China for, ongoing discussion, to take them on trips around and to try to court them and curry their favor. But yeah, whether these benefits, these gains from this corrupt activity are distributed equally among or to various members of political parties is unclear.
Okay, Dr. Berg.
Just very quickly, Commissioner, to build on Ms. Meyer's point, it's unclear exactly what role the ILD plays in sort of Chinese economic deal-making, but as I mentioned in my opening remarks, I think that it's clear that there is some sort of role, and I think obviously the opacity is baked in here, but it's no coincidence that when we look at significant deals in the region, take a steadfast U.S. partner like Colombia, a project it's talked about for something like 75 years, the Bogota metro system. The fact that there were meetings between ILD and ruling party officials in Colombia not too long before a Chinese company won that bid, I think is no coincidence. And so what happened in those meetings is obviously much less clear, but the fact that the ILD is involved in some kind of process for deal making, I think is
I know we're
evident.
slightly over time, but is that money coming to Miami?
I haven't seen any evidence of that, but it would be worth looking into.
There's a whole lot of Latin money that's coming into Miami, corrupt money coming into Miami.
Well, I think a lot of it, Commissioner, tends to be Venezuelan in origin, sort of kleptocratic individuals trying to park their money in places like Miami after having gotten rich with PDVSA and other institutions in Venezuela. So as Ms. Myers and Mr. Ellis mentioned in their testimony, Venezuela is just a case unto itself in terms of its size and scope.
All right, thank you. We're going to go to Commissioner Glass next.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate all of your testimonies. Ms. Myers, you talked in your testimony about some of the environmental degradation associated with the projects that the Chinese have either invested in a public-private partnership. And, you know, it sort of struck me in your testimony that, you know, what could the U.S. government as a whole do? What is your perspective on the coordination between IDB, EXIM, State Department, Defense Department to offer sort of an alternative of how investment should be done, or how the U.S. government, what's your sense of coordination, given the fact that this is on the nightly news about Latin America, and specifically more recently about the Northern Triangle? And then the second question I have for some of you is, you all talked about the COVID response from the Chinese as really leveraging more additional influence on the region as a whole. Could you contrast that with your perspective on the U.S. response to the region? Thanks.
And I assume the first question was specifically about ecological degradation. Yeah, so I mean, I think it's my understanding, at least, that the DFC, and you all would have a much better sense of this than I do, is still very much determining how best to focus its resources, you know, geographically, but also thematically, and in terms of specific projects, you know, aside from those that have already been approved and are underway. And as I mentioned in my testimony, I think this is a moment really, and it can't be, you know, an institution-specific thing, but rather, as we tend to say, a whole of government initiative, and with considerable, you know, broad support to come up with a new strategy, a new truly coordinated strategy, something, you know, really quite extensive, to be a core sort of participant in not just Latin America's, but the hemisphere's overall recovery. And to do this, you know, we need not only, you know, invest with China in mind, but with U.S. strengths in mind, and also Latin American interests, development-related interests in mind, and specifically the Sustainable Development Goals. So I do not know how much coordination is ongoing or whether these conversations are already underway, but to the extent that, you know, the IDB, EXIM, the DFC can coordinate on some sort of plan of action, right, that works to convene or to attract sufficient finance, to target investment and finance in a way that can perhaps provide guarantees that will attract more in the way of private sector investment, things of this nature. But with these SDGs in mind, and not just environmental, you know, SDGs, that's usually the one that's, you know, sustainability is one that's been of greatest focus, but the wide range of other SDGs, many of which are much more important to Latin America at this particular phase. So I don't have a particular strategy in mind, but my sense is that this is a pivotal moment, and one in which the U.S. can really step up to the plate and have a much more, you know, extensive impact in terms of the region's overall recovery. And I'll leave the other question to.
Ma'am, specifically on the COVID response, it's important to differentiate between the pre-vaccine and vaccine. Pre-vaccine, I think the Chinese, according to Southcom, gave approximately $230 million in aid of various different types, although the vast majority of that was actually sold and not donated. The U.S. actually gave far more in that period, but secondarily, with the vaccine, it was ironic, of course, the Biden administration is committed a total of about $4 billion to the COVAX facility, to which we receive very little credit. And that's actually far more than what the Chinese and the Russians, and supposedly now in the future the Cubans, have given. And of course, with a recent announcement that there's going to be even more to come. And again, that it eclipses what the Chinese have done. But the Chinese have made every delivery to an airport tarmac into a photo op. You know, the president comes out and the boxes roll off with Chinese flags on them. And so the Chinese, unfortunately, have done a much better job marketing, and they've done a much better job in the early phases in getting the production levels up. And so, unfortunately, Chile had to rely on Chinese vaccine. 85% of vaccines administered to date in Chile are Chinese, 82% in El Salvador, 75% in our ally Colombia, and 75% in Uruguay have been Chinese. At the end of the day, I have full confidence that the number of Western, more reliable vaccines will be much greater. And as also was alluded to, the efficacy of the Chinese of the U.S. vaccines are far higher. Indeed, there was one estimate that, depending on how you define efficacy, one dose Sinovac efficacy was 3%. 2 doses, it was 50% in Chile, which meant that Chile was able to vaccinate 80% of its population with the Chinese vaccine, and yet the virus continued to spread. Something similar has happened in Colombia. So I think at the end of the day, if the U.S. gets its marketing game up better, and I think when the U.S. vaccines begin to come, we need to get that message out better. Thank you.
Dr. Berg, very quickly.
Thank you. I won't add too much to what Ms. Myers and Mr. Ellis have said already. Other than that, there's a real cost effectiveness to potentially getting more vaccines to the region. And in particular, I'd like to point out that we would be dealing with a number of partner institutions that do bring high levels of competence to the table. Take a country like Brazil, which has dealt with infectious diseases for a number of years and has made significant advances in that field. And so partnering with these countries, we would be partnering with very capable and able public health authorities. So there could be a real bang for the buck here, in addition to the public health benefits of sharing the hemisphere and confronting an infectious disease together.
Thanks very much. Commissioner Goodwin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for your time and great testimony today. So how do we compete with China? Should we, as Dr. Berg suggests, bring ideology back? Should we, Dr. Ellis, as you suggest, demonstrate the value and the power of our example, this is often said, of transparency, the rule of law, and democracy? Or do those values resonate? And Ms. Myers, if I understood your testimony, I think you were skeptical about whether they still resonate in Latin America and the Caribbean, and as a result, we should focus our competition perhaps exclusively on economic terms. So I'd like to just hear a reaction from the panel on the tension between those two assertions.
Sir, I believe it is important that the U.S. continue to leverage its soft power and value alignment. But the second piece of my point about strengthening governance was not so much people go with the U.S. because they agree in the U.S., and that's been important in the past. But also what I see is that the strengthening of transparency, the strengthening of governance forces, whether you agree with the U.S. or not, it forces China to compete on a level playing field. And U.S. and European solutions, are the best in the world if they can be competed against on a level playing field and not having local elites do, questionable side deals that benefit Chinese companies. But I also believe, especially as my colleagues I think also have concurred with me, that in select areas like 5G and telecommunications, where getting the Chinese in the architecture would so fundamentally compromise corporate secrets, corporate decision-making and individual Latin American decisions, that there are some areas where we have to push back and not just say level playing field. But if we do so, we have to work with European partners, we have to work with other partners, whether it's Ericsson or Nokia or others, to provide commercially viable solutions if we ask them not to go with the Chinese.
Thank you for the question. I don't want to give the impression that Latin American countries don't care about democratic values or that this isn't important. But when push comes to shove, right, and especially in a post-COVID-19 economic environment, decisions are going to be made based on economic interests rather than often sort of values-based judgments, or a sense that alignment with the U.S. based on values, that simply won't supersede economic interests. And so what does one do in that case? Yes, we can continue to talk about values and their importance, and I think, as I mentioned before and Dr. Ellis mentioned just now, it will be critical to work on building capacity, right, at the government level, but also throughout society, to ensure that there is something of an even playing field in countries that are willing to cooperate with us on that sort of activity, and to ensure that even if there is not, that there are institutions there or organizations or entities that are able to monitor effectively what is happening and to call out unfortunate behavior before it has a very deleterious effect. And so these are absolutely critical things. We also need to protect our advantage in sectors where we still have one, right? Where we are still really quite dominant, and in services is a big place. We also need to look very hard at what it is that is providing China with so much economic leverage in the region. In some cases, it has a lot of economic leverage, mostly because these countries depend heavily on China as an export market for one or two primary commodities, right? That tends to be the most important point. In other cases, it has economic leverage simply because countries feel that if they align themselves with China, they will have economic benefit. That's not always true. And I think it behooves us to point out those instances where that has not happened to turn out to be the case, right? Including in Central America, among those countries that have recently cut ties with Taiwan. There are some cases where, had they stayed with Taiwan, they may have received more money than had they decided to cut ties, than cutting ties, right? So, and then, with this sort of trade dynamic in mind and just how much leverage it really provides China in terms of, or influence it provides China potentially over, directly or indirectly over government level decision making, we need to think about really fortifying our own trade ties, right? And investing in ways that create these really critical trade linkages. Because trade, more than investment, as Commissioner Scissors noted and others, is really what is giving China so much of this advantage.
Thanks for the question, Commissioner. As I said in my written testimony, I think we have to bring values back into this, but I don't think that values are necessarily the only terms on which we engage with the region, but I think that they're an important one, and I also think, as I mentioned in a previous answer about the Inter-American Democratic Charter, they're kind of the basis or the anchor for that value-based engagement, but again, not the only terms on which we engage. Bringing ideology... Sorry.
Certainly, and sorry to interrupt, but does it resonate?
I think that there's a mistake that is made with some analysts when they look at actual governments and say, okay, these governments aren't responding to the values-based engagement as opposed to publics. There's still a lot of support among publics for democracy, for human rights, for transparency, and it actually causes publics occasionally to overreach in the region. We've seen the election of populists who are promising sort of radical change in that direction, and they've sort of overcompensated in some important ways. But look, it's not the only terms on which we engage, but on the other hand, we can't say that we're going to have a values-based engagement and then not engage in a family and friends policy, so to speak, for COVID-19 relief and assistance, right? We have to pair it with other things, otherwise it will fail to resonate and sound hollow.
Thanks very much. Commissioner Camphausen.
Thank you very much. Thanks to our panelists. Dr. Ellis, good to see you again. First question is for Ms. Myers. In your written testimony, you talked about what a Cass scholar has called a swarming approach on the part of China to Latin America, which is a huge and diverse region. And I worry sometimes that we tend to generalize about the region. And there's a beginning of a taxonomy in your approach as to how China interacts with the region. You say, for instance, that weak U.S. influence, and I assume that means at a country level, provides an opportunity for China to engage with the region or with a particular country. What would you say are some of the other factors that shape Chinese approach to individual countries as opposed to the region writ large? What are some of those factors? Maybe it's commodities, sales, as you...
Certainly, yeah. I want to. You're absolutely right. It's very critical to know that neither is China monolithic, and there's considerable diversity and heterogeneity in the region as well. So yes, there are a wide range of factors, economic, right, related to China's own development, economic development goals, right, to the evolution of the Belt and Road Initiative, what it prioritizes at any given phase, and certainly it's a very evolving and fluid concept in my mind, at least, to local conditions and the extent of Chinese ties in certain countries, the extent to which China is able to strike deals and has developed sufficient networks to be able to engage more extensively. My belief, for my 10 years at the Dialogue, I've held this same belief that most everything that China is doing in Latin America is indeed economically motivated, but even if it is economically motivated, it still has, extensive political implications in many cases. What is it precisely that is motivating China in the economic or sort of strategic economic sense? It's still the going out strategy, right? Resource acquisition, market acquisition, now for an increasingly, high value added set of goods, right? Tech rather than shoes, for example, and opportunities to internationalize and make its companies more competitive. Those things still strike me as very much motivating and account for so much of what China is doing in the region at present. In addition to that, there's of course the Belt and Road Initiative, which encompasses, I think, those three tenets of the going out strategy, but also takes into account some of the structural challenges that China is facing at home, and looks to invest overseas in infrastructure and other things that will help to address some of those structural challenges, whether it's overcapacity in steel production, a need to seek employment for certain types of companies, diversifying or internationalizing the renminbi, achieving transport security, all these sorts of other things that that certainly factor into Chinese decision making. But now it's. I've always described China's approach as very opportunistic and indeed also very flexible, right? With China pursuing opportunities really wherever it can, without really any regard for a country's politics, ideology. And however, striking deals in those countries where it is easier, to make them happen.
Thank you. Dr. Berg, a quick question. You talk about Chinese military engagement with countries in the region. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts, and maybe we can follow up in a question for the record, but I'd be interested in your thoughts as to what end is this engagement being pursued? Is it as a complement to everything is about the economics, as Ms. Myers has said? Are there other longer-term aspirations? Ask you to speculate a little bit there.
Sure, thanks. I'll put on my geopolitical forecasting hat here, because I see geopolitical goals as well. Ms. Myers mentioned that she thinks that the terms in the engagement are mostly economic. I would agree with that, but I see also occasionally some geopolitical goals. And that's where the military engagement comes in. Take a country like Argentina, for example. Ms. Myers had a great piece, a great report a while back on China's strategy of going local. She mentioned it again in her opening statement. I think that's exactly right. The Chinese are very adept at integrating and having discussions, dialogues with local level officials in a region like Patagonia, where cities might be comprised of about 5,000 people. The space station, as we've mentioned, is already there. But as an example of something that they could move for in the future, which I think would be strategically very significant, potentially catastrophic, is the Strait of Magellan. Right? There is the Strait of Magellan there. If the Chinese managed to sort of build a base that was sufficient enough to cut off access, that strait is large enough to sail an aircraft carrier, whereas the Panama Canal, to my understanding, is not. And so that would have significant military implications and could be something that the Chinese would be in a position to do at some point in the future if they built up enough sort of local goodwill to build that underlying foundation.
All right, time is up. Commissioner Scissors, my co-chair for the hearing.
Thanks. I have a question for Ryan, so take your mask back off, Ryan. China often makes offers to win the goodwill of whoever's in charge, to make its true goals or underlying goals easier to realize. With regard to Chinese surveillance equipment and similar technology in particular, we know recipient regimes can gain. Has China gained anything beyond goodwill from providing such products in Latin America and the Caribbean? In other words, is surveillance equipment and similar technology a tool to get what they really want? Or is the Chinese side getting something out of it beyond that?
Right. So it's clear what the regimes in question, like Ecuador or Argentina, are getting. Ecuador, I think, is a good case to look at. So a number of surveillance technology transfers under previous President Rafael Correa, who had significant anti-American as well as authoritarian tendencies. And so it was clear from his perspective what he was getting. From the Chinese perspective, I think helping him consolidate his control on a domestic level led to greater deal flow. Ecuador is a largely indebted country to China. We've seen how Ecuador's range of strategic maneuverability has been restricted because of its extensive debt to China. And so I think the original foray was of course the surveillance technology transfer, but then there were further economic deals that were leveraged out of helping Rafael Correa solidify or consolidate his domestic control.
Thanks. I have a question for Margaret. I appreciate the brevity because it allows me to ask a question to Margaret. I'm sorry to pound this issue at you, Margaret, but I happen to agree with you up to a point. You said the U.S. should compete on economic terms, and I fully understand why. I just don't think that's realistic. We don't have demand for Latin America and Caribbean resources. It's not a rich region. Our profit margins generally need to be wider than competing Chinese firms, so it's not as attractive to us as a market as it is to China. I agree with you that this is the best single way, and of course we would use multiple ways, but this is the best single way to approach Latin America and the Caribbean. I just don't think it's realistic on the American side. Can you convince me otherwise? I would like you to. Please try to convince me otherwise.
I mean, our market is such that we're never going to generate the sort of demand for Latin American commodities, right, that China has, and therefore cannot overcome, right, the extent of China's leverage over countries in this particular sense. But what we can do is to, I think, reinforce, strengthen, revisit some of our trade agreements, perhaps generate others. I don't know that there's enough political will to do that at present, but to think critically about how we can invest to really promote trade integration across the region, because this will be, first of all, promoting of growth, right, and which is absolutely critical in this next phase. We could be entering into a moment of extreme instability across the hemisphere if we do not do something of this nature, just sort of China aside. But no, you're right. Nor can we compete on infrastructure, frankly, right? That's not a sort of a rational objective. We can do some work in that space, right? And we can do work that is of higher quality and indeed better aligned with the region's development objectives. But I think we need to think really, really hard about what our advantages are and where we can focus to make a real difference, especially in those countries, where that continue to be our closest allies. But where China is indeed establishing day by day a stronger presence, and Colombia is one of those. So, no, I worry too, Derek, that we don't have a ton of options on the table for ourselves as concerns trade or any sort of other form of economic engagement. But there are, I think, small things that can be done that, first of all, will help in terms of competitiveness with China, but more importantly, will help to ensure a secure region that is safe for democracy and democratic principles. Looking ahead. And then just on the other point, I think data is what's driving so much of this, especially AI-based engagement and surveillance technology. It's a need, right, to gather data on Latin American faces, right, especially for facial recognition technologies and for other sorts of technologies that require Latin America-specific data. And indeed, I think this is a major motivator for much of what China is doing in the region. But I hope to speak with you more in depth about possible opportunities for economic collaboration with the region that could be indeed influential.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Talent.
Thank you, and thanks to the three of you for great testimony. I'm going to ask Ms. Myers and Dr. Berg about. I'm going to ask Ms. Myers and Dr. Berg about what I think is an apparent inconsistency between the two of them. If somebody asked about this in the last 10 minutes while I was gone, I'll just look at the record. I had to go. Commissioner Camphausen gets very surly when he doesn't have his coffee, so I went down and got him some. Ms. Myers, you say Dr. Berg, you say we need to bring ideology back in dealing with Latin and South America. And Ms. Myers, you say we need to compete on economic terms rather than ideological ones. So I'd like to see the two of you either debate that or tell us that you're actually saying the same thing but in different ways. And then the second thing, I want to probe a little bit, and maybe Dr. Ellis or whoever wants to comment on this. You mentioned before that, if I understood you correctly, that we're probably going to end up providing more vaccines to the region than China does, and they're better vaccines, but nobody's going to know about what we're doing. Whereas every time they brought some aid in, there was a local stories all over it. Now, this is so frustrating to me, and I think it's frustrating to everybody who's ever sat on this side of the dais or ever worked on the commission. It's PR 101. So we talk about the Congress has to do more, and I'll just ask as an American here, why don't we just tell our ambassadors, look, when we do something good for this country, we want it all over the press, okay? And you know what? If you can't do that, we'll get an ambassador who can do that. This is not for this administration or the last one or the one before. This has been going on for years. It's PR 101. You got a bunch of vaccines coming into the country, make a big deal about it. So those of you who know the State Department better, and again, maybe it's not that, maybe it's some other, why don't we do this better than we do it? And how much, if we did that, if we just talked about what we and other, international organizations in which the United States, like the IMF or whatever, what we're doing in the region, how much of the problem would that solve? My guess is it would be a big step forward. So end of rant. I do want to hear whether the two of you really disagree or not. And if so, debate, have it out.
I think we probably don't disagree all that much. But my point is that, what I hear a lot of folks say here in DC and across the entire country that Latin American nations, Latin American governments, leaders would always prefer to work with the U.S. if they could. And I'm not so convinced that that's always the case anymore. I hope, and I think in many cases it is, especially in certain countries, where we have very, very strong ties and where much of the leadership, much of the elite is well aligned with, with the U.S. and has in fact studied here, but it's not always the case, especially when you look at, at the local level, certainly, right? But also the further we get from the U.S., it tends to be less the case. And so, it's true that we share a lot of values. There are commitments to democratic freedoms, to democracy. There are those who remember what it was like to not have, democratic governments and worry deeply about a transition back to that. But what I want to emphasize is that we cannot rest on our laurels, assuming that these shared values will maintain very strong ties and prevent more in the way of engagement from China or more in the way of Chinese influence in certain countries. So that's more the point than anything else, and that post-COVID-19, countries are going to be in a position where, in fact, they are going to be downgrading their standards most likely to attract more in the way of investment, especially from China, because they'll be knocking at the door in many cases. So I agree entirely with Ryan about the need to re-emphasize some of these points, to have critical dialogues with the region about democratic governments, about the strength of our democratic institutions, how to fortify those, to reinvigorate the democratic charter through the Organization of American States and other international, or rather regional organizations. But yeah, there needs to be more than just a sort of values-based judgment here.
Great. So I don't know if we disagree entirely, but we have admitted throughout the course of this conversation that the U.S. And as Commissioner Scissors rightly said, and as my colleague Ms. Myers agreed, the United States is not going to compete dollar for dollar with China in Latin America. It has to be more strategic than that. So what are the terms of engagement? And going back to this, the historical grand strategy of the United States towards the region, which again has brought it a tremendous strategic benefits in other parts of the world by having a sort of tidy, prosperous, democratic neighborhood, is one that emphasizes shared values and the mutually beneficial terms of cooperation. So if not competitive on the terms of engagement with China in the region, then what are the terms of engagement? And so I would like to see more explicitly discussion of sort of democracy and the hemisphere of democracies in our posture towards the region. I mean, look, we could have the Congress vote for a capital increase at the Inter-American Development Bank, which I think is much needed. We could even have a certain percentage of DFC lending pegged to the Americas. With matching private financing, I've seen some studies that said, we could have $250 billion over a 5-year window put into the Latin America space. That still isn't going to compete necessarily if China wants to throw everything that it has at the region. And so what are the terms of engagement? Not exclusive terms of engagement, but I think some of the important terms of engagement is that value-based level.
If we can hold till a second round if there is one for the other question, or maybe somebody could work the answer in response to a different commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Or put questions in the record, too. Commissioner Wessel.
So, Jim, you want to have them answer your question during my time? Is that what I understood? Yeah, no, I know. Thank you all for being here. Let me, if I can, bring this back to sort of, I think, what Congress is most focused on, which is the impact of China's activities and their impact on U.S. voters, workers, farmers, et cetera. For me, I see that Latin America has somewhat been a political or economic shock absorber, let's say, in terms of China's activities with the U.S. So we had trade disputes, and China decided they'd buy less U.S. soy and buy more Brazilian soy. We saw that's been interrupted, trying to co-opt Chilean lithium commodities for their use. We've learned of China's efforts to claim biodiversity assets throughout the region to try and fuel biosynthetic and new efforts. And right now on our border, we see plans by China to invest greater sums in Mexico, likely in the automotive area and some other industrial areas, which will limit growth of U.S. jobs here in the U.S., will subvert in some ways our bilateral challenges with China as they use Mexico as a transshipment or a development point for their products. So what do you see the prospects are for the American worker, the American farmer, vis-a-vis Latin America and the Caribbean, and what Congress should be looking at? I agree. We all agree in terms of democracy, corruption, shared values, et cetera. But again, the American worker is wondering what's happening to their paychecks and what's going to be on that table that weekend. Ms. Myers, do you want to start?
It's a tough question. In looking at sort of U.S., and so I think the rest of the question is, we see so much more Chinese investment in sectors in Latin America that, what will potentially make them more competitive and then have implications for U.S. workers. And I think that is, frequently, well, yes. I mean, especially in the case of Mexico, we're seeing a lot of investment in auto manufacturing. But so often it's, it's sort of intermediary production of parts for companies that are already well established. That is a problem because they're producing them at lower cost sometimes than American producers, right? They're producing parts that American producers may very well be producing. And so, there is some displacement, especially in that particular sector. I'm certain that's we've seen effects on, on agricultural markets and on, a sort of growth in exportation of soy from Brazil, for example, at the expense of soy exports from the United States to China. That, though, was mostly the result of China trade policy rather than Chinese investment in the region. So I think, yes, there are clear challenges here. It would be critical, I think, to do and maybe this has already been done by trade associations and industry associations and others, but a sort of sector-by-sector investigation to determine just how much, Chinese investment specifically in these areas is helping to develop more in the way of capacity in Latin America, and as a result, affecting opportunities for U.S. industry. And other types of other economic sectors. I don't have the answer across the board. There are plenty of anecdotal examples, certainly, of this happening, and a lot of concern among U.S. companies, articulated in most every conversation that I have with a U.S. company. There is a lot of concern about, not only Chinese competition, right, but in its own right, but Chinese investment and whether that will make, indeed, lead to more in the way of competition for U.S. U.S. producers of various sorts. What I would say is that, again, targeted investment, right, in supply chain development, to the extent that we're able to do that, would do much, I think, to create opportunities for, sort of two-way trade, and for more in the way, and indeed perhaps even upgrade some industry here in the United States and in Latin America as a result.
Thank you. I see my time has expired. If the other two witnesses might be able to respond for the record, I'd appreciate it.
Great. All right, Commissioner Wong.
Thank you to all the panelists. I just want to maybe step back a little bit. When countries determine their global strategies or grand strategies, there's a question of prioritization. One way to do that is to identify priority regions, rank them, and then figure out how much political bandwidth, policy bandwidth, and resources to put towards those specific regions. And there are trade-offs that we have to weigh. The cost of competing in certain regions, as well as the potential for benefits, as well as the relative threat from our adversaries in those regions. So my question, or there are really two in this for all of you, is where do you think China or Beijing ranks Latin America in its overall global strategy? And correspondingly, where should the United States rank Latin America vis-a-vis other areas of competition?
So you pose an excellent question. First of all, let me say that I believe that Beijing's ranking is varied. I think there are certain areas, certainly it places a strategic priority and presence in the Caribbean for the same reason that it does not want significant U.S. influence in its own first island chain region. But at the same time, it's very cautious because it recognizes that area as the U.S. near abroad. I believe, though, that the United States needs to place significantly more priority on Latin America than we currently do. In my judgment, whatever Beijing's priority is or level of caution, to me, there is no other region in which the conditions of the region economically directly affect the United States. It directly affects the United States through immigration flows, through security, through drugs, through the position of our companies. And indeed, if I could leverage off of my answer to make a little bit of the case for your colleague, one of the things that I also see is that U.S. companies, we used to live in a time, or I would say U.S. prosperity is premised on the idea of which, U.S. companies had significant portions of value added, had relatively secure supply chains. That was good for U.S. workers and quality U.S. jobs. We had relatively secure logistics chains coming through places like the Caribbean and the Panama Canal. We had a relatively secure region in terms of migration and drugs and no major threat actors, and at least the ability to cooperate with our security partners if that was not the case. So what I fundamentally believe, why I believe that we need to prioritize Latin America, and I believe this also answers the Commissioner's question, is that China's involvement, even though not deliberately, is putting all of those things at risk. It's putting the position of the U.S. company's primacy as the realizer of value added as the Chinese presence advances in the region. It's putting U.S. supply chains at risk in the region. It's putting the security of logistics in terms of the quality of governance, in terms of also the positions of the Chinese logistics companies and port operation companies in places like the Caribbean, in places like Panama. It's putting at risk the region through that populist cycle I talked about before, which helps to drive migration. It undercuts our partners' willingness to cooperate with us. We've long seen this with Venezuela, with Ecuador, with Bolivia, with Argentina, who rejected a U.S. Coast Guard cutter as they turned to Argentina. So to the degree to which we need our partners to cooperate with us on matters like drugs, not allowing threat actors in, all of those things are put into jeopardy as Chinese influence, even if it's about economics advances. And that's why I believe that we really need to put a lot of priority on this. Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Ms. Myers?
I mean, I think one way to look at it, Latin America is not a high priority for China in terms of its overall foreign policy agenda. And we know this for a number of reasons, but one is that, Latin America was the very last region, it's also the furthest region, right, to be included in the Belt and Road Initiative in 2018 after the Arctic, right, which gives you a sense of where it falls in terms of foreign policy priorities. Nevertheless, it's very important to China for a series of reasons, namely commodity, natural resources as a market, especially for tech now, right? I mean, this is a very, very promising market for a wide range of sort of technological applications, and in a number of other ways. But yes, I mean, in terms of rankings, it's not a high priority. I agree entirely with Heaven. I would just add that, I mean, in addition to all of that, the Latin American region as a whole, right, is our most important trade partner. It's our largest trade partner, and so I think it's yet another reason that we need to focus very, very heavily on fortifying these ties and ensuring that the Latin American region maintains a prominent presence in our overall foreign policy objectives.
10 seconds, Dr. Berg.
Great, thanks, Commissioner. Look, I don't think China has had to place Latin America or rank it very highly in its foreign policy to still have the measurable level of influence it's had, because we've mostly been absent from our own shared neighborhood. So that's the first thing I'll say is, we have this sense that it's not a priority area for China, but would it become more of a priority area if we were to start competing stiffly to present stiff competition to them? Second is there's the Latin America paradox here. This is the most important region for our prosperity, for our shared security. It's the clearest vector for any sort of threats that are going to come to the United States, and yet we systematically underinvest in Latin America decade after decade and year in and year out. And so, I'm a Latin Americanist. We're all Latin Americanists. I think that we share that bias. We think that the region should get more priority because we study it. So I recognize the bias, but I also think there are good strategic reasons to raise the level of strategic priority that Latin America has.
Thank you.
Thank you. My turn. COVID aside, which is a very difficult thing to do, of course, because it's changed the dynamic. I mean, China was becoming more active in Latin America, resources, but other things. And for the longest time, we were told, well, they don't want to do anything much in our backyard because they don't want to get us upset about it. And that no longer seems to be a factor. So I just wonder, what has changed? What do you think is the reason that they are willing to expand their presence?
Commissioner, I believe that it's really a function of three things. It's expanding Chinese wealth and power, it's the changing nature of the new Chinese regime, and it's Chinese global obligations. So one of the things that I've seen in the 17 years that I've followed this is as Chinese GDP expands, as Chinese capabilities expand, they become more and more bold. So you saw the evolution, for example, in Africa of doing first counter-piracy operations off of Somalia, and then finally the base in Djibouti, the commitment of peacekeeping forces there. In the South China Sea, East China Sea, you saw again, as Chinese power expands, the increasing assertiveness with the 9-dash lines, with the militarization of the islands, and the same thing with Latin America. Under Hu Jintao, it was, again, there was a lot of caution in the sense that China's weak, hide capabilities, but as China has expanded throughout the world, I think you see a greater hubris, but it's complemented by the fact that China has, perceives itself as having greater capabilities, it has greater economic leverage as the experience of its companies expand there, as frankly the needs of its companies expand there, and of course, complement that by President Xi. Again, this is a new type of regime. Again, the indefinite extension of his period in office, the consolidation of power, the going after of opponents, and really talking. And so what we've seen with it, the new wolf warrior generation of diplomats, is kind of a reflection of not just the imperatives on the ground, but a willingness to take those greater chances. So I think everything is and frankly, technologies have evolved. Things like, again, the smart cities technologies, things like Huawei trying to set standards in those areas where China sees itself as having a possibility to lock in benefits. That wasn't as clear a decade ago, and I think, as my colleagues have pointed out, China figures things out and adapts and goes after things that works. And I think in recent years, it's identified a series of things that work. And one last thing that is actually changed also is the truce with Taiwan is now off. And so with the flips of Panama and El Salvador and the Dominican Republic, so I think that we see that again, 9 of the 14 countries that engage Taiwan are in the region, and so the region is strategically important to fight that fight as well, and they perceive that it's now valid, and this is a good time to do it.
Ms. Myers?
Thank you. In the academic literature, there are 3 sort of prevailing narratives that describe this phenomenon or offer some explanation potentially for this phenomenon. One is that this is relatively passive. It's something that China is doing. China sees opportunity. It's wanting to follow a path of least resistance, and it happens to see that there is perhaps less of a U.S. role or commitment to engagement with the Latin American region, and therefore, there is this interest in engaging more extensively for whatever reason, be it commercial, political, or otherwise. Another is that this is motivated by Latin America and the Caribbean, right? That noting the opportunity potentially that China offers, that Latin American governments at various administrative levels are seeking out Chinese engagement, bringing China to the region, and that, there's plenty of evidence that this is indeed all co-produced, right? It's not simply China imposing its will on Latin America, but also the other way around. The third is that China, just as Evan described, China has so many interests in the region at present, not just in Latin America, but globally, that it is incumbent upon China at this point in time to invest in ways strategically to develop this sort of leverage in order to be able to protect its interests. And so it is doing so very strategically in Latin America as well, and that indeed it has something of a mandate under this new leadership under Xi Jinping.
Dr. Berg, anything to add?
Sure, just real quickly, I think I'll give 3 reasons. The first is U.S. disinterest, or a perception thereof, that the U.S. was, at least for 20 years during the War on Terror and other major foreign policy objectives that we had, looking way beyond Latin America and the Caribbean. So U.S. disinterest, leaving a door open for Chinese influence. The second is regimes, the rise of regimes, with which I think it is quite familiar with dealing. I think that's something that hasn't received enough attention in this hearing. We've barely uttered the word Venezuela, that there's no coincidence in my mind that 45% of Chinese lending to the region has gone to that regime, and over time that regime has become one, I think, with which China is more familiar and more comfortable engaging. We've all seen how China is sometimes clumsy engaging with democracies and understanding their dynamics. But I also think that there is an important element of agency here on the part of populations in the region, as Margaret rightly noted. There is a desire to engage in China and to try to shield their countries from some of the most corrosive elements of that engagement, but also to get the benefits of that potential engagement. And that's why I think that we need a strategy not for preventing engagement in the region with China, but for basically deciding what are those strategic areas where engagement is something that the United States would not countenance and should seek to block, and what are those many areas where the United States should not expend resources. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of our witnesses. Actually, we've got 2 minutes left, but I think for my colleagues, if you have other questions, if you guys are willing to answer them, if we put them into the record, we'll stop here. And we're going to take a 10-minute break, so we'll be back here at 11:20. Thank you again. This was really interesting, setting the framework for us for our hearing. We appreciate it. Thanks.
This panel will focus on Chinese economic engagement with and competition with, or lack of competition with, the US and Latin America and the Caribbean. This will include issues pertaining to COVID-19, which may be crucial. Our witnesses are, first, Dr. Rebecca Ray, among other things, at Boston University's Global Development Policy Center. She leads the China's Overseas Development Finance Database. She will address Chinese economic engagement and the effect on regional development. Mr. Mitch Hayes will go next. Mr. Hayes is the founder of the China Signal and Mundo newsletters, both of which are relevant to today's topic. He will focus on China's COVID-19 diplomacy in Latin America and the Caribbean. Third up is Dr. Francisco Ordinez from the Politics Institute of Pontifical Catholic University in Chile. His research focuses on Brazil and China. Today, he will address regional perceptions of Chinese engagement. We appreciate all of you participating. Your full written statements will be in the record. You have 7 minutes for your spoken statement. Dr. Ray, please lead us off.
Thank you for that introduction. To the chairs, Scissors and Bartholomew, to the commission, good morning. My name is Rebecca Ray. I'm a development economist and a senior researcher at Boston University's Global Development Policy Center. For 8 years, I've studied China's economic engagement with Latin America and the Caribbean, with an interdisciplinary team at BU, as well as partners at academic institutions across Latin America. Thank you for the opportunity to share this work with you today. I hope our findings can help you plot a way forward for the United States. Let me start by stating simply, China's in Latin America and the Caribbean to stay. Having this new external business partner as a supplement to the traditional partnerships with the US has been an economic lifeline for the region. It's why Latin America and the Caribbean didn't have an economic catastrophe during our financial crisis of 2008, 2009. And it's why regional leaders across the ideological spectrum, from Brazil's right-wing President Bolsonaro to Ecuador's left-wing President Correa, and every ideological stance in between, has welcomed the opportunity to do more and more business with this new external partner. However, this new relationship has brought serious challenges, particularly in environmental and social governance. Those complications have created an opportunity, if not a responsibility, for the US to lead by example, providing institutional support and better opportunities for the region through smart, constructive, and pragmatic leadership. Latin America and the Caribbean's relationship with China can be understood through two gaps: an infrastructure investment gap on the one hand, and an institutional gap on the other hand. This infrastructure investment gap underpins the relationship. For decades, the region has had unsatisfied demands for investment and finance, particularly in infrastructure development. The Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB, estimates that the region's infrastructure gap amounts to $150 billion a year. That is 3 times as much as every multilateral development bank combined approved in the region last year in every sector combined. This infrastructure gap is one of the reasons why the region has never successfully fully industrialized. So when China arose as a global manufacturing center, Latin American and Caribbean manufacturers couldn't compete and they receded. In their place, commodities producers arose to fill the new demand for raw materials coming from China's growing cities. And Latin American and Caribbean governments were happy to field interest in finance and investment in the region's infrastructure to get those commodities to port and then ultimately onto China. So a China boom emerged in the region, concentrated in these two sectors, raw materials and infrastructure. Unfortunately, these two sectors are endemically linked to widespread environmental damage and social conflict throughout the region. A few years ago, our BU team with colleagues across Latin America researched these problems in depth in 8 different countries for the book China and Sustainable Development in Latin America. We found no evidence that Chinese individual investors performed significantly worse on environmental or social aspects than their Western peers. They're just heavily concentrated in these high-risk sectors that need particularly strong support and oversight from national governments. And this brings us to the second gap, the institutional gap. Now, on paper, Latin America and the Caribbean has developed some of the world's most ambitious social and environmental protections, culminating in the Escazú Agreement, which came into force just last month. But unfortunately, the national institutions tasked with overseeing those protections, the labor ministries, environment ministries, cultural ministries, and others, They're young institutions. They're usually understaffed, often under-resourced, and sometimes under-supported by their own presidents who are focused on filling that infrastructure investment gap, first and foremost. Nor has China been an active partner in environmental and social governance because they don't have the due diligence steps to screen and oversee outbound investment and finance projects, like multilateral development banks do. So as a result, an institutional gap has opened up between what governments have promised on paper in these social and environmental protections and what they've been able to provide in practice. And that gap, that divergence, has sparked social conflict across Latin America and the Caribbean, from labor disputes to environmental disputes like land use or competition for water. In the wake of the China boom, we've seen these conflicts arise throughout the region. But these two gaps in infrastructure and institutions create an opportunity for the US to respond with smart, constructive, and pragmatic leadership. Smart leadership means recognizing that US investors can help fill that infrastructure gap. We can provide better opportunities for Latin American and the Caribbean and for US firms through supporting environmentally sustainable, socially inclusive infrastructure development in the region. Increasing this type of support through the US Development Finance Corporation is an important step, and so is supporting the capital increase proposal at the Inter-American Development Bank, at the IDB. That proposal will boost lending capacity at the IDB by about $8 billion in new projects every year that US firms can bid on in the region. Constructive leadership means recognizing that our national institutions can help fill Latin America and the Caribbean's institutional gap. The Department of Labor, the Environmental Protection Agency, they have long histories of working with their peers overseas to build their institutional capacity. Through workshops and even direct grants, scaling up this kind of support has never been more important. We can set a floor under environmental and social performance in the region so our firms aren't outcompeted by other companies who are cutting corners. And finally, pragmatic leadership means drawing China into closer cooperation with regional bodies where the US has leadership, like the IDB. Unfortunately, I've seen current proposed legislation in the Senate that conditions US support for that capital increase on marginalizing China's role at the IDB or encouraging Latin American and Caribbean countries to stop doing business with China. Our research shows that approach is unrealistic and counterproductive. China's in the region to stay, so it's better to draw China in to encourage them to channel their energy and their capital through the IDB and participate deeply there in an institution with US leadership, with high labor and environmental standards, and where our firms can compete for projects. That's better for Latin America and the Caribbean, and it's better for the US government and our firms. Thank you. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Ray. Mr. Hayes?
Well, good morning and thank you very much to the Commission for inviting me to testify today. I write a weekly newsletter called The China Signal, which analyses China's growing involvement in Latin America. Now, I see the defining characteristics of the China-Latin American relationship as one of economic necessity and political validation, and we've heard that in different words from the previous panel as well. I discuss these aspects in more detail in my written testimony, but here for this verbal statement, I've chosen to focus on China's COVID-19 diplomacy in the region. So what does that look like? I would say the COVID-19 pandemic hasn't altered these defining characteristics of the China-Latin America relationship. However, the pandemic's deep shock to the region's public health, its economies, its social stability, has drastically increased the domestic political pressure on Latin America's leaders for social and economic stability. And this is driving China's COVID-19 diplomacy, which I would divide into three phases. First of all, a phase of mass diplomacy, vaccine diplomacy, and what we're starting to see now is a phase of consolidation. I see the regional objectives through these phases to be characterized as follows. One, to generate favorable views of China's international pandemic leadership. Two, to build commercial relationships between Chinese pharma companies and local pharmaceutical firms that can evolve to broader commercial activities. Three, to increase scientific collaboration. Four, to note where there are supply chain dependencies between China and their Latin American partners for vaccine inputs, and using it at times as a punitive sharp power tool if necessary. And fifth, to opportunistically foster domestic political pressure on Taiwan's regional allies, which we've heard discussed as well. I think Beijing's methods to achieve this are largely opportunistic, but it's important to realise they're equally driven by growing outreach from Latin America's leaders as it is from China's own approaches itself. So looking at phase one, mass diplomacy, I see China's initial response to the pandemic was largely to provide personal protective equipment. This is driven partly by Beijing, provincial governments, Chinese businesses, universities and foundations, as my fellow panelist Francisco Urdines, which you'll hear from next, notes in his own excellent research. The channels of China's mass diplomacy in the region vary greatly through these, and they really correlate with the depth of the bilateral relationships across these actors. I think it's important that these efforts can be characterised as an exercise of soft power diplomacy, certainly, but it was really largely in defence of their damaged reputation through the region as a result of the pandemic. So look at phase two, vaccine diplomacy, which really started to emerge in the middle of last year. I think a number of factors saw China's vaccines dominate Latin America's inoculation drive in the first months of 2021. This included a longer than anticipated delivery of vaccines through the COVAX program, the US's decision not to export vaccines to the region, with the exception of Mexico, uncertainty over the side effects of the AstraZeneca vaccine, growing political pressure for leaders in the region to secure any vaccine, and increased connections and understanding of procuring Chinese vaccines. So I'll briefly touch on a few examples, and my written testimony provides some more details in this. In Colombia, we've seen steps taken by the Duque administration to leverage US-China strategic competition during the pandemic to pursue their own objectives. They've made favourable comments on Beijing's human rights records after additional lots of Sinovac vaccines were secured. They provided President Xi Jinping with an unprecedented platform and a video address to the Colombian people. In Brazil, we've seen how the allure of vaccines can provoke policy shifts to appease Beijing, in what appeared to be a reversal to allow Huawei to participate in the country's upcoming 5G auction following an agreement for Chinese vaccines. In Uruguay, we have seen leaders lever their collections and procurement experience with Sinovac to facilitate a donation of 50,000 vaccines for the Copa America football tournament upcoming. In other instances, we've also seen Beijing's soft power to have some sharp edges to it as well. In Brazil at the moment, we're seeing this when raw ingredients for Sinovac production at Sao Paulo's Butantan Institute appear to have been delayed following critical remarks from Brazil's president and economic minister. In Paraguay, Honduras, Guyana, we've seen coercion and opportunism over Taiwan. Combined, I think China's COVID-19 diplomacy so far has helped to normalise Chinese presence beyond trade and investment in the region and improved, in some cases, public perceptions. In this sense, it's best to view Beijing's soft power in the region as iterative and really reverberates off the region's material needs at the moment. Deeper engagement, as has been noted as well, I don't think with Beijing is not necessarily a preference of many of Latin America's leaders, but given the circumstances in which they are in, they are left with few alternatives. And now we're at a phase three with efforts to consolidate their diplomatic gains in the region. And I see this really, the future of their efforts to consolidate, depending on a few factors here. One is Beijing's ability to secure long-term vaccine production in the region. Recently, we've seen this with Sinopharm and Sinovac looking to consolidate and expand their productive capacity in the region via local partnerships in Argentina and Chile, respectively. Two, the perceived success of countries in the region who rely heavily on Chinese vaccines. Three, perceptions of the evolving efficacy of Chinese vaccines, and it's important to note this is against available alternatives to them. And fourth, the ongoing risk of scandals and misuse involving Chinese vaccines. And again, I elaborate on these in my written testimony. So to conclude with some recommendations, I think in order to counter some of the more malign aspects of China's COVID-19 diplomacy, I'd make the following suggestions. One, to release some of the surplus vaccines held by the US for distribution throughout Latin America. Two, to continue the White House's push to temporarily waive intellectual property rights for COVID-19 vaccines via the World Trade Organization. This is a complex issue, I understand that, but it does have geopolitical advantages to it. Three, to empower the United States US embassies in conjunction with the US Commercial Service to broker and deeper relationships between US pharma firms and local manufacturers in the region. 4, to make US aid more tangible and heavily promote success stories. And we've heard again that in the first panel. 5, to support US financial and tech companies to enter Latin America to facilitate private capital and American entrepreneurialism in the region. 6, to liberalize US visa rules so that more of Latin America's middle class can visit the United States. This includes trips to the United States for vaccines tourism, which we're starting to see a lot more so. And finally, to sponsor and promote investigative journalism that highlights Beijing's malign influence in the region. However, I really stress this only will be effective if the US government is supplying vaccines, investment, economic development, alternatives, in other words, as detailed in the above recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Dr. Ordinez.
Thank you. Co-chairs, Chairman Caroline Bartolomeo and Commissioner Derek Sisters, thank you for inviting me to appear before you today. I will comment on the objectives of Latin American and Caribbean national and subnational governments regarding relations with China, on how the public perceive China's presence in the region, and how COVID-19 has impacted regional perceptions of China. I would argue that between 2001 and 2017, local governments focused on cultivating strong relations with China, especially when they were interested in attracting investments and credits that they no longer received from the US. Since 2001, the United States gradually ceased to be seen by governments as the sole provider of global public goods in the region. In this period, China replaced the United States in the provision of many of these goods, such as credit to finance infrastructure, investment, and scientific and technological cooperation. Recent scholarship would refer to this phenomenon as good substitution. In this period, there was room for maneuvering in the sense that countries could have very good relations with both China and the United States, without one conditioning the other. This, coupled with the commodity boom, allowed local governments to deepen economic ties with China at a relatively low geopolitical cost. I believe that in the period between 2001 and 2017, the main concern of national governments towards China was the deepening of excessive economic dependence and the risk of reprimarization of economies. Since the beginning of the Trump administration, however, I think a new concern has been that the US-China rivalry has generated a perception that governments should pick a side. This idea assumes that deepening relations with one country necessarily implies having to distance oneself from the other. This concern did not arise spontaneously, but was conveyed by the US government, I believe, as a strategy to contain China's advance in the region. From 2017 onwards, it has become evident that pro-Chinese domestic constituencies are emerging within countries whose interests run counter to those of anti-China domestic constituencies. These are not merely divided along ideological lines, but mainly along economic lines. This was something that was stressed in the first panel. I would argue that the Chinese approach to Latin America and the Caribbean region during the COVID-19 pandemic has made this strategy of targeting pro-China constituencies more evident. For example, this was a key variable in understanding Chile's success in attracting Chinese donations during the pandemic. Regarding the public opinion towards China, surveys show that Latin Americans differentiate between China's rise as an economic phenomenon and China's rise as a geopolitical phenomenon. For example, in 2018, a majority of respondents found that it would be positive if China's economy were to grow to be as large as that of the US. At the same time, in the same survey, a majority of respondents found China to be the country which posed the greatest risk to world peace, ahead of the US and Russia. Thus, Latin Americans distinguish, on the one hand, the economic benefits of China's rise from its political risks. This differentiation between the benefits of China in the region as a provider of or a good substitutor and the political risks that China's hegemonic rise could produce has been accentuated in surveys that I have conducted in 2020 and 2021. In the last few years, respondents showed that this positive view does not automatically translate into believing that China is a desirable country to deepen political relations with. Finally, overall, the reputational damage that the pandemic has done to China and Latin America is enormous, as I show in my written testimony. Based on this evidence, my policy recommendations are that the United States government should understand that its greater cultural and geographical proximity to Latin America and the Caribbean are not sufficient reasons to maintain its hegemonic influence over the region. Hence, in order to retain part of the role it had before 2001, it should offer the public goods it once did. China has done an excellent job in filling the vacuum left by the US using its economic statecraft. The United States should emulate this strategy by offering better infrastructure financing, humanitarian assistance, scientific cooperation agreements, and trade agreements. In addition, I suggest that the US ends the policy of forcing countries to pick a side, as was seen in the case of 5G technology. And finally, I would recommend that for the remainder of 2021 and 2022, I think there's an urgent need to end economic nationalism during the pandemic, and the US should either sell or donate its surplus of vaccines to countries that do not have enough in the Western Hemisphere. Thank you very much. And those are my comments. I look forward for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Ordonez. For the Q&A component, we will go backwards, starting with Commissioner Wong. I will try to enforce time limits until we go through once. I'm also not on site to be able to see who wants to speak. So I would ask my fellow commissioners to please direct their questions to individual witnesses so that we don't have a rush for 3 people to answer questions in 5 minutes. We will then do a second round if possible. Commissioner Wong, please start us off.
Thank you, Derek. And thank you to all the panelists for joining us today and putting so much work into your very cogent testimonies and the data you've provided us. Dr. Ray, I'm particularly interested in your discussion of the expansion of commodity exports from Latin America to China, and perhaps the negative economic and social effects that may have. Am I reading you correctly that you're perhaps proposing that there's an exacerbation of what many would term a resource curse by China's demand for commodities?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, if I could draw your attention to the last page of my written testimony, the very last figure there is world demands for commodities from Amazon basin countries, the commodities that are particularly linked to Amazon deforestation. And those 2 commodities are soybean and beef. And you can see that China is responsible for all of the growth in global demand in those 2 sectors. And so, yes, absolutely. There's economic, environmental, and social negative aspects of any what's called reprimarization. We would call it deindustrialization, but there isn't anything to go on to in services quite yet in Latin America. So they refer to it as reprimarization. And that brings a host of problems, not only economically with volatility, tying growth back to those global commodity prices, which are unpredictable, and also managing it from an environmental and social perspective. And that's where I think the US has an opportunity to lead by example with better infrastructure financing that can support regional long-term goals of industrialization by establishing regional value chains. But those were never established before the rise of China, and they were eroded by the rise of China as a manufacturing competitor to Latin America and the Caribbean. Which gives few options to the region except returning back to commodities. The trade dispute between the US and China, in which China put tariffs on US agricultural goods, further exacerbated this trend, because facing those tariffs from US goods, where did Chinese buyers turn for their soybeans and their beef? To Brazil, to Argentina. And so that further pushed this reprimarization. But these long-term industrialization goals continue to exist in the region. So rather than just providing infrastructure that gets commodities like beef and soy to port to get to China, we can support infrastructure that harkens back to the desire to establish regional value chains to industrialize and move up the value chain within Latin America and the Caribbean, which has been their goal for decades. Thank you.
Thanks. You know, and I'm particularly interested in the connection between this phenomenon of resource curse or slow industrialization and its connection to social unrest and then the effects on the political makeup of countries. You know, there's a strain of resource curse thinking that if you have slow industrialization, you have inability to move up the value chain, if you have perhaps then corruption and unequal distribution of wealth derived from the commodity sales, that this fuels populist sentiment, this fuels perhaps left-wing populist politics, particularly in Latin America. Is that something you agree with?
Latin America is famously and has been considered for a long time the world's most unequal region. It stands apart from domestic politics in other regions for that reason. And it drives, has been shown by political scientists to drive populist political movements, not just on the left, but also in the right, as in Brazil. However, I do not think it is realistic to consider government's relationships with China based on domestic ideological concerns. As the last panel indicated, Latin American, Caribbean governments are approaching China for unmet economic needs. And if you look at figure 6 in my written testimony, you can really see, looking at the debt relationship specifically, the extent to which Chinese loans have gone to different countries and which different countries have different levels of debt exposure to China. You can really see that the Venezuelan case that's so often cited as indicative of left-wing populism stands out all by itself, almost off the chart. Other similarly ideologically aligned countries such as Ecuador and Bolivia are much closer to the rest of the region in their approach to Chinese debt and not really distinguishable from, for example, Dominica, Grenada, Trinidad, Tobago, Brazil, Peru, and other countries in the LAC region. And so ideology isn't driving this relationship as much as economics, generally speaking. Thanks.
Thank you for that. I'll explore more of this in perhaps written questions, but I'm more saying that the economics perhaps are driving the politics rather than the politics driving the economics in the relationship with China, and understanding that perhaps there's a feedback loop there. But I'll send you some questions and perhaps some of the others. Thank you.
Commissioner Wessel.
Thank you all for appearing here today. And Dr. Ray, I want to focus a bit more on your comments because I think they tie directly into a hearing that Commissioners Fiedler and Borokoff did recently about capital issues. And you talked about regional value chains, and my immediate thought was the value chains we should be talking about are the ESG value chains rather than the sort of standard concept. You know, we've been looking at issues such that, you know, some of our major investment firms in the U.S. have been looking at ESG as a new metric for gauging corporate activities and what their investments should be. Yet there are a lot of questions of whether they are putting their own money where their mouth is when it comes to their activities in China, investing in entity list companies, et cetera. But as you pointed out, and others have, you know, Latin America is in need of capital. What would you think of certain requirements, and I know some of them have been done recently, that would apply broad ESG standards for any investments going into Latin America so that we are not competing with China to try and degrade workers' rights or deforest or do anything else, but rather lift them up?
Thank you so much for that question, Commissioner Wessel. I couldn't agree with you more. We don't want to be outcompeted. We don't want our firms outcompeted by cutting corners. We don't want our ESG standards to be a disadvantage in that region or any other region. And this is an area in which multilateral development banks shine because they apply standard labor and environmental standards to every project that comes through there. And the IDB in particular has some of the world's strongest standards. Yes, please.
Let me interrupt you and appreciate that. That's about IDB or the development banks loans. I'm talking about private capital now. Do you think it's possible to do that? Because most of those multilateral development banks are major infrastructure projects, et cetera. They're not talking about industrial firms or other textile or anything else. It seems to me that we're forcing our own companies to compete against Costa Rica, et cetera, Costa Rican and Mexican, wherever firms, and not applying the same kind of ESG standards that we expect of them for their domestic operations.
Absolutely. And in fact, our DFC, our Development Finance Corporation, supports private sector investment overseas. It supports public-private partnership. And that is a body where we can have influence on how business is done and set effective floors under performance so that our ESG standards aren't a disadvantage to our firms and to our competitiveness in the global investment market. Those standards are welcomed, as our research shows, by firms going overseas because it gives them not only financial support, but also cover. They're not competing with anyone who has lower costs of business because they're cutting corners on workers' wages, on workers' health, or on the way they treat natural resources. So I could not agree with you more on your concerns or the importance of extending those conditions to supporting our private sector interests overseas.
And have you, in your research, measured the activities of U.S. versus Chinese firms in similar markets?
We have, as a matter of fact, and that is the book project I mentioned that came out in 2016, I believe, going into 8 different Latin American countries and comparing major Chinese investors to their Western peers on a one-on-one basis. And that's where we didn't find significant differences in the ESG performance of individual major Chinese investors on a one-on-one basis, only that they're concentrated in these sectors that are endemically tied to ESG concerns and where governments aren't able, or national institutions aren't able to set those standards underneath performance, investors from everywhere underperform.
So that would call into question, though, not necessarily China, but the overall all investors in the region. Is that right?
Yes, so that's what I mean by the institutional gap. So support that we can offer through, for example, DFC, support for private sector investment overseas that meet these higher level standards. That kind of institutional support is really critical at filling that gap.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Talent.
Thank you, and thanks to our 3 witnesses. Dr. Ordonez, I think I'd like you to address the issues that Commissioner Wessel just raised, and I'll just say I think he's touched on a piece of a broader issue, which is the extent to which American firms and really American policy are at a structural disadvantage in the kind of economic competition that a number of you have talked about, because there are standards that we follow, not just in the areas Mike was talking about, but also we don't engage in corruption. And this causes issues. So I'd like to hear your discussion of that in the time that we've got here.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a very good question. And I think that depends very much on the standards of the local government, and the key variable is whether there are public biddings or not. It's very different, the behavior of a state-owned enterprise when investing in a country without a competitive bidding process compared to a competitive, very regular, very much on OECD standards that you see in Chile, for example. Chinese companies have had a major trouble getting into Chilean market for many years. They are latecomers in Chile, because of that precise reason. They had to learn how to be competitive against American, Spaniard, French, Canadian companies, and they have done a lot of learning. And currently, they are starting to win those bids. And I would say that the difference in regards to how much do they respect environmental or governance standards, it's more on the side of local governments than on the proactivity of the companies. And that's something that I would say that's something that's reflected on Dr. Ray's research. There's a lot of heterogeneity among Chinese enterprises as there is among Western enterprises. And a key variable is how much do local governments enforce those rules. So honestly, I wouldn't say there's a huge difference between Chinese companies and non-Chinese companies when it comes to those standards.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camphausen.
Thank you all for being here today. My question is for Dr. Ray. I was quite taken with both your written statement and your oral statement when you talked about the infrastructure gap in Latin America and the Caribbean as estimated by the IDB to be somewhere around $150 billion a year. Now, for those of us who work on Asia, the statistic that comes to mind is from a report from the Asian Development Bank of 2019, which says Asia's infrastructure gap is 27 trillion by 2030, or about 1.5 trillion a year. So obviously comparison, we don't want to talk apples and oranges, the size of the economies and so forth. But I was struck with that the number is not unattainable in Latin America and Caribbean, 150 billion a year. So that was the first. I'd like to get your reaction to that observation, and maybe it feeds into some of your recommendations about U.S. policy. But then if you would, in that context, talk about that portion of the gap that China is filling. I was trying to read into your figure 5 to see if that would somehow inform that answer. Is the gap, is it both greenfield and M&A? Is it only greenfield? And what portion of the gap is China filling already, and what are the opportunities perhaps for the U.S.? So some pretty open-ended questions there to invite you to comment on.
Thanks, Commissioner. Yes, the size of the infrastructure gap in absolute terms in dollars is attainable, as a matter of fact. China's contributing now it's concentrated in greenfield investment. So that means the gap is in new and expanded infrastructure network. When we talk about mergers and acquisitions, that's investment, but it's really just who owns the product that's changing, right? Is this oil well owned by Total Energy, or is it owned by Sinopec, for example? In greenfield, China's been contributing about 10% of the total. So it's a drop in the bucket of $150 billion. But that drop is very welcome when the bucket is fairly empty. So this is one of the reasons why I say we're still dealing with numbers that are small enough that we have opportunities to influence the direction that they go in the future. This is not a train that has left the station. This is a train that we can still help steer in directions that are in line with regional goals, that communicate high ESG standards, and that take advantage of the fact that the US has generation upon generation of experience operating in the region and developing our own ESG standards.
Thanks very much. That's helpful. I yield back the rest of my time.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And ignoring your first directive, I'm going to try to pose a question to the entire panel. I'm curious how many countries in the region have foreign direct investment review processes comparable to CFIUS? How robust are those regimes, and how do they compare in both scope and practice to our CFIUS review process here in the United States? And Dr. Ernest, why don't you start us off?
Thank you. Um, to my knowledge, none. I might not be well informed, but recently Chile started to discuss a law project to try to control a bit investments that happen to gain a majoritarian control of the market. Um, and the main reason for this law was a recent acquisition by State Grid of a major electricity distributor. And I remember asking myself the same question, and I did a bit of research, and I couldn't find anybody in the region that resembles um, CFIUS. So I think that again, the main in some countries there's not even a bidding process. So we are very far from that standard still.
I'd like to piggyback on top of what Professor Ordonez said and agree with that, and specifically bring up the example that I talk about in my written testimony. Professor Ordonez talked about the China Three Gorges company buying large shares of Chile's electricity distribution network. And a similar thing happened the year before in Peru, where that same company has been active in electrical generation as well as distribution upstream and downstream. And this is a situation in which we really see these two gaps that I talked about: infrastructure investment and institutions come into tension. And so Latin Americanists who pay attention to ESG considerations like I do really sat up to take notice. What is the Peruvian state going to do with China Three Gorges buying up these large shares of both upstream and downstream power generation? And I was very encouraged to see the Peruvian government response, which was to put the deal on hold until they could resolve market concentration problems to make sure that there wouldn't be price fixing between what was getting passed on to the consumer because they can set the price that they're giving to the distributor. They resolved that by requiring public transparent auctions, and were able to resolve it in this one-off situation to resolve complaints to move forward. So that was encouraging that institutions are growing. But on a systematic level, like Professor Ordonez says, I don't see evidence that they have the institutional capacity necessary to carry that out, which goes back to my recommendation about the importance of helping national institutions set floors for performance. Thank you. Mr. Hayes.
Thank you very much. I agree with both of what the witnesses have said there. I think if we step back, what this really shows is a latent awareness in the region to the security implications of Chinese investments into Latin America. I'm an Australian, and it's interesting to see, for me, some of the similar discussions and debates that have occurred in Australia 5 to 10 years ago starting to occur now in Latin America. And Chinese foreign investment and the security concerns around that, particularly in critical infrastructure, is one of those common themes. I agree. I haven't or can't recall knowing of any sort of foreign investment security review laws. Certainly the case in Chile, I agree. I know it's also the case in Colombia as well. I've spoken with several folks in the corporate space there. There is a growing awareness within the corporate space, and I think that's where it's starting to emerge from, to subtly try to manage investment bids to avoid coming into a situation that Chile found itself in, like Francisco mentioned, and the only way that they could formally review that was from a competitive standpoint. And it was ruled to be okay, and the investment was passed.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Commissioner Glass.
Thank you so much. Dr. Ray, I don't mean to keep directing questions to you, but at the end of your testimony, your graph charts were really extremely helpful to give us a sense about commodity markets. And I wanted to actually ask you a question. You talk a lot in your testimony about the environmental degradation in Latin America around mining. You use an example talking about the lack of recognition for labor rights and some of the environmental degradation associated. And it struck me, just looking through your charts, can you give us a sense of how much the Chinese are relying more on Latin America for extractive industries, for copper and lithium and iron ore, and how much of the market share Latin America has and the Caribbean have grown over time? And what should we deduce from that? Because when I'm thinking of those extractive industries, I'm thinking about clean energy technology, something that the United States is wanting to lead the way. And I'm just curious what your thoughts are based on your analysis.
Thank you, Commissioner Glass. I'm so glad you're thinking about clean energy technology and the needs for minerals that are going to have to arise to make that possible, be it lithium or copper. Those sectors are not going away. In fact, they're going to grow in importance, I think. Chile accounts not only for the majority of China's copper purchases, but it literally accounts for the majority of globally traded copper. So these countries have market share that is sufficient to be able to set standards and enforce them and not lose investment to other countries, because nobody else can provide the amount of copper that Chile can provide. Similarly, lithium is going to be coming over the horizon as the next most important mineral for green energy development. The lithium triangle, the world's largest deposit of lithium, straddles the borders between Chile, Bolivia, and Peru. And this is a circumstance where those of us who follow ESG and investment might be concerned about a race to the bottom between those three countries to attract the most investment possible. And again, this is a situation where institutional support can be useful to prevent being underbid or outcompeted by companies that don't have their own ESG standards, that might rely entirely on national governments for regulations. And those national governments, as I've mentioned, are understaffed and under-resourced in that way. So this is a very important environment where there's the space for ESG regulations to be put in place, because Latin America has that large of a market share in minerals trade, not just to China, but to everyone. But they don't have the institutional support and capacity to carry it out in reality, which means our investors may be outcompeted in these areas because of our standards. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll yield back my time.
Commissioner Fiedler.
I have a couple of factual questions that anyone can answer first, perhaps. On infrastructure deals that the Chinese do they bring their own workers? They're traditionally importing labor in Africa and elsewhere. Is this happening in Latin America?
It depends on the national regulations of the host country, because China doesn't have its own due diligence. So they will bring their own labor if national regulations allow it. But for example, in Ecuador, where oil investment has been a backbone not only of the economy, but also social conflict for decades, there are very specific labor regulations on the books requiring the use of Ecuadorian labor. And that's met by Chinese investors. The same rules are not on the books for infrastructure investment. And so China brought their own laborers for the mega dam Coca-Cola Sinclair in the Amazon of Ecuador, as well as hiring local workers, of course. And so this is again, an institutional gap story. That China relies entirely on the regulations of host countries, which vary tremendously throughout the region. But I'll yield the rest of my time, since I've been dominating too much of this Q&A. Professor Ordovines looks like he has something to say.
Thank you, Dr. Ray. Actually, comparing to Africa or Asia, I wouldn't say this happens very often, and it's not a key issue when
we just lost you.
When discussed labor. Hello?
Try again. Try again, Francisco.
Sorry.
He's got a bandwidth problem.
Mr. Hayes, you want to take the question, and hopefully we can get back to Francisco?
Sure. Actually, if I may, I didn't get to my unmute button in time, just to add some comments to the previous question and Dr. Ray on minerals. I think just the other perspective to keep mindful of there is that yes, mining for critical minerals, particularly rare earth minerals as well, but critical minerals is a dirty process, and it is a looming social stability risk within mainland China itself. It does have the lion's share of reserves of that. But to the ability that China can outsource some of that, and lithium is a particularly important aspect of that in Latin America, they will do so. And I'll leave it there. And I think Francisco has come back on here too.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I was saying that to me, Chinese labor is not a major issue. It has happened, as Dr. Reyes mentioned, but there's being a lot of resistance to that. So I would say that among the main concerns regarding FDI, the use of Chinese labor is not among the top 3 concerns.
Okay.
Not at all.
Let me ask another quick factual question. The Chinese economic activity, company activity, is what percentage state enterprise?
In terms of investment, it's mostly state-owned enterprise in Latin America and the Caribbean to a greater extent than in other regions where they have a longer history and where private enterprises have begun to explore more.
Okay. And outside of COVID vaccine, which we've had a discussion about, in the ordinary course of medical needs of the Latin American people, who are they getting their generic drugs from? We are over-dependent as a country on Chinese pharmaceuticals. I'm wondering what the situation is in Latin America. Anybody got I don't care who answers. Anybody with an answer?
Yeah, Commissioner, I'm actually not sure of that. It's a great question. I'd have to look into that, and I can get back to you.
Because we were making reference in testimony to developing relationships between Chinese pharmaceutical companies with local companies, and so it occurred to me, what do you mean? They have relationships everywhere in the world with pharmaceutical companies. Why not in Latin America? So.
Right. I know in that particular reference, I think with its emerging relationship in Chile, they're looking influenza vaccines and I think it was tuberculosis was also mentioned as a possible future partnership and collaboration there as well.
Okay, I see I'm over time, so move on. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Cleveland.
Thank you. I'd like to focus on, or I have 2 questions, and both focus on debt and lending. In your piece in Science Magazine, Dr. Ray, you talk about the fact that of the 46 countries that are signed up for the Debt Service Suspension Initiative, 68% own bilateral debt to China that was due at the end of 2020. And I'm interested in whether or not, given China's interest in biodiversity as a resource, and given the concentration of biodiverse wealth in this part of the world, whether or not we will start to see China, instead of restructuring debt consistent with terms of other countries, either with debt relief or renegotiating the terms, that we will start to see an interest in accessing biodiversity instead of debt relief, for debt relief, essentially. So that's question 1. And along the lines that they've collateralized oil and structured pretty punitive contracts in other areas when it comes to resources. And then the second thing, and this is for all of you, I'm interested in lending terms and contracts in particular, and whether or not China gets special treatment when it comes to seniority and repayment clauses that essentially exempt them from Paris Club treatment. Confidentiality and cross-default clauses, I understand, are a real challenge. And then whether or not the China Development Bank, which has much of the lending in the region, is considered an official creditor consistent with Paris Club, or if somehow they have managed to exempt themselves. So kind of the terms of payment in contracts, and then also the question of, are we going to see a trend on linking biodiversity to debt relief? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start off because of the reference to the Science article. Thanks for doing that extra homework. The Paris Club, since you mentioned the Paris Club, has a long history of developing and participating in debt for nature swaps. And China is not a member of the Paris Club, and so has been excluded from that. And so for those who haven't read the Science article, it was essentially wondering whether and exploring the extent to which the traditional Paris Club approach and Western creditor approach to converting debt into debt for nature swaps might be applicable to the Chinese case. And we've seen several proposals emerge from mega diverse debtor nations saying, could we convert some of this debt into foundations that can oversee conservation areas locally, as was done in the Seychelles with their marine conservation a few years ago. We have not seen China specifically propose any of this. In fact, we have received some signals from the Chinese side that they would be interested in perhaps entertaining proposals from borrower nations, but not proposing them because it may be seen as conditionality. And they famously do not want to attach conditionality to debt relief negotiations. On your other concerns about the terms of debt, the cross-default clauses are very interesting, and I'm so glad you brought them up. I know of one example in the Latin American context of China referencing a cross-default clause in communication with the government, and that was Argentina, and that was about 5 years ago. I don't know of any other situation in which they've either been referenced or activated, although the other panelists may, and so I'd be eager to hear if they have any information about it. But these are ubiquitous in commercial loans, so they're not unique to the Chinese side whatsoever. However, China's more involved in the region than most commercial lenders, and so it becomes relevant. However, I've never seen them actually enforce one, and I've only seen them reference it once. So I'd love to hear from the other panelists whether you know of other situations other than the Nestor Kirchner Dam proposal, which is now the Condor Cliff Dam in Argentina, where China referenced it, but did not enforce it in communication. Thanks.
In my case, that's the only one I know of as well.
Yeah, what I would add to that is there was an excellent report that came out on March 31 of this year from Aid Data. It's called How China Lends, and a rare look into 100 debt contracts with foreign governments. It looks at their debt contracts all around the world, including Latin America. It's not an exhaustive account, but it's a very insightful study that was conducted. I think what they distinguished that was very unusual and noteworthy was certainly their unusual use of confidentiality clauses, as has been mentioned, particularly their use of collateral arrangements and lender-controlled revenue accounts that they can directly dip into, as well as promises to keep debt out of these Paris Club restructuring agreements, has been mentioned. And I think that really does sort of start to influence their domestic and foreign policies, and it might not be enforceable in courts, but it does have that sort of soft influence to it as well.
I'd just like to comment that Chinese loan contracts, 98% of them contain cross-default clauses, where China Development Bank can put pressure on a country to compensate China Exim. And that's in contrast to only 11% in multilateral debt contracts. So I may ask a question for the record on this, just to make sure we have something that clarifies the unusual nature of China's contracting policies. Thank you.
Commissioner Borokoff.
Thank you. Dr. Urdinas, you mentioned in your written testimony and touched a little on it in your remarks specifically about good substitution, and I wanted to ask a question or two about that. But aside from the vaccination subject and where we are with that, has anyone taken the time to catalog, gather the data, actual empirical data of the largest examples of good substitution, other than the obvious one with recent health problems?
So, when I refer to good substitution, I don't only refer to the recent case of the vaccines and the so-called mask diplomacy, but I'm referring to the fact that Chinese finance was seen as an opportunity to promote domestic growth, as well as trade relations with China was seen as an opportunity to promote domestic growth, employment generation. And in the previous panel, a lot of the questions were related to the values that the U.S. should promote in the region. And what I try to stress in my report is that the material, the economical dimension is very important as well, maybe more important. Local governments in Latin America cannot enforce strong democratic institutions without economic stability and economic growth. And in the last 20 years, China has been a source or has been seen as a source of economic growth in the region. And I know that Chinese loans come usually, it was right now mentioned that more than 90% of them come with not very convenient clauses. Perhaps some governments in the region had no other choice. So China was maybe a second best or the only alternative they had to attract capital. So in that regard, that's what I mean with good substitution. In the sense that Chinese capital was seen as an opportunity to promote growth and to take the most from the commodity boom. Someone asked before, this is my last comment, about the volatility curves and the major problems that commodity exporters face. And it's been proven recently that during times of low commodity booms, it's very hard for local governments in Latin America to govern and even to finish their mandates. So when we refer to boosting trade and finance relations with China, for some governments, it was also a survival strategy. The book I'm referring to is Campelos and Suku. The book is called The Volatility Course. And I think it's very interesting evidence to understand local government's approach towards China.
That was a great answer. So what you just said, I believe, was that the good that you were specifically referring to was availability of capital and the effect it had on everything else. So that was a good answer for me. Thank you. And if we have just a little bit of time, Dr. Ray, I saw you nodding, and I could tell that you wanted to add on to that. So will you please do that?
Oh, that was not a nod in wanting to add anything, but rather to underline so much of what Professor Ordóñez said. His work absolutely reinforces our own work in this area, that countries go to China for finance and capital when they have less access to private sector markets and to Western public markets. And in fact, I believe it's figure 2 at the end of my written testimony explores how that worked in the Ecuadorian state. When they had limited access to private capital and Western capital, they borrowed from China. And as soon as they had access to bond markets again in the West, they rebalanced their portfolio until it was about 1/3 bilateral, 1/3 multilateral, and 1/3 private sources by the end of President Correa's term. And so this good substitution, when you don't have one thing, you substitute with something else, but you'd like to borrow from everyone given the opportunity, absolutely reinforces what Ordóñez says and resonates with our own work as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bartholomew.
Thanks very much, and thank you to our witnesses for really interesting testimony. I have two different kinds of questions. One is who the beneficiaries of Chinese investment and Chinese companies' presence in the region. Has there been a reduction in poverty generally across the board or in particular countries? That's one. And then, Dr. Ray, but others, if you have a response, what is the Chinese incentive to encourage conservation? When you think that deforestation, their increased interest in Brazilian soybeans is resulting in deforestation, the fisheries that are being fished illegally are there's an issue there, mining lumber, all of these resources that they want access to. Why do they have an incentive to encourage conservation? So I'm going to start with the reduction in poverty question.
Thanks. We have seen widespread drops in poverty levels since 2000. During the commodity booms, poverty levels fell by as much as half across the region. So there were tremendous social gains that came with a resource boom. This is not unusual for resource booms in the region. When dollars become more plentiful because there's a foreign trade boom, social poverty and other social problems tend to decline. But it was really remarkable in this particular one, probably in part because of the size of the boom and also the fact that it came concurrently with governments across the ideological spectrum enacting more ambitious social programs, health spending, education spending, as well as direct transfers to low-income families. And so there was a determination across the region by leaders, not just left-wing populist leaders, but also technocratic leaders and even right-wing leaders, to harness the benefits from this particular resource boom to help alleviate these long-term problems. However, commodity prices are volatile. And so those gains are not necessarily long-term gains unless those long-term industrialization goals are revisited so that their economic fortunes and thus their social fortunes don't necessarily ride this volatility curse that Professor Martinez mentioned. From a Chinese perspective, why should you care about conservation? And the answer is, in our research, we find that the decision-making lever is the importance of state-to-state relationships. And because state-owned enterprises are such a large share of this investment. And so if it matters to the host country government, it then matters to the lending or investing government, which is China, because ultimately this is a state-to-state relationship. And so that underpins the need for institutional supports for these stated goals in Latin America and the Caribbean for biodiversity that haven't translated into institutional capacity for overseeing a resource-intensive commodity boom. Thank you.
Dr. Urdinez or Mr. Hayes, anything to add?
Sure, thank you. I would slightly answer your first question from a slightly different perspective and sort of address it and who are the political beneficiaries of trade and investment from China. And I think that's a really interesting question to look at. It's a classic question of political economy and who wins from trade. And if you look at, for example, just Brazil, simply, you can really see an increase in support from sectors in the resource sector and beef, for example, pushing for China-friendly policies within their own country and influencing the political posture because of their benefits from trade.
All right. Mr. Urdinez, anything? Dr. Urdinez, anything to add?
Well, I agree a lot with both statements. So I would say no. I mean, China had a major impact in poverty reduction indirectly, yes. In the last 2 years, due to the pandemic, poverty has grown again. And I see that, again, local governments made the connection that Chinese trade with China, investment from China, credit from China was a main driver for economic growth. And that was the main motivation to deepen ties with China, more than values or ideology. And you ask, there's something I would like to add. You ask who benefited from Chinese FDI in the region. Something interesting that has not been said yet is that effects are not homogeneous within countries, of course, and there's increasing evidence that there are the so-called winners and losers from China's credit and China's FDI in the region, as well as in other countries. Similar evidence has been found in the US and in Europe. So normally you would find benefits to be localized. For instance, where investments were made, where the infrastructure projects were made. But in some cities or industrial clusters, let's say Sao Paulo's metropolitan area, China's economic impact has been probably negative overall because it has deepened deindustrialization. So there's a lot of variation within countries, and it depends on the comparative advantages of each locality.
Can I just follow up quickly to that, which is for the people who are disadvantaged, the industries or the people who are disadvantaged, do they have an opportunity? Are they speaking out, expressing concern about China's impact on their economies or on their populations?
Let me ask first. So I have conducted research on the Brazilian case, and we found that voters are aware when when relations with China has produced damage locally, and even more so, that translates into the opinion of legislators. So legislators who represent localities where there has been a negative effect, they tend to have more negative opinions of China.
Thank you.
Okay.
I might add to that this goes back to the heterogeneous impact that I believe Margaret Myers was talking about in the first panel this morning. The impacts are felt differently in different places. As Professor Ordines said, in the metropolitan Sao Paulo, they might be on net negative. In, for example, the Mexican case, industry and small-scale agriculture were already on the decline because of domestic reforms and trade deals with the US. And so the introduction to China simply exacerbated existing trends that were already happening. And so whether or not local businessmen point to China as the driver, whether they point to NAFTA as the driver, whether they point to domestic reforms as a driver, isn't necessarily all going to be the same in every place.
Okay, I will recognize myself for a question. Mr. Hayes, this is an unfair question that is intended to press my opening statement. Your first recommendation in both your written and oral testimony, I think it was echoed by Dr. Ordines, is that surplus US vaccines should go to Latin America and the Caribbean. That seems obvious, but I don't think it is. Why not India first? Why not US treaty ally the Philippines? Why not Egypt? We have close friends around the world, in many cases closer than our friendships in Latin America and the Caribbean, who have far less vaccine availability than they'd like. Other than Mexico, what's a compelling rationale for Latin America and the Caribbean to be near the front of the line when we start exporting vaccines on a large scale?
Thank you. Yes, and that's a tricky question. That is the big challenge, and I think, to be honest, that has contributed somewhat to the US its speed in, or lack thereof, in rolling out these vaccines, because it's a very ethically difficult question to answer, as well as a strategic question. I think I would go back to my thinking, and it's an open question, essentially, of this phase 3 of China's efforts to consolidate their sort of gains in the region. The big question is really, to me, is how sticky is their diplomacy and their vaccine rollout, and what will the legacy be from that? I think it's not fair to simply compare China's vaccine efficacy as it is now compared to US and European alternatives, because from Latin America's perspective, those aren't viable sort of alternatives generally speaking, at the moment. But also too, China's continuing to work on improving with new vaccines. There's even discussion of them rolling out their own mRNA vaccine as well towards the end of the year. So their efficacy itself could improve, and therefore their sort of their ability to have an impact in the region could improve as well. Like I said, that's very much subject to the effectiveness of the actual vaccine drives and rollouts in Latin American countries. That's out of China's hands. But as long as those countries are using Chinese vaccines, as a public diplomacy standpoint, China's kind of on the hook to the relative or perceived success of that. So to me, that's really the question: is how effective and how we should monitor China's emerging efforts to consolidate these gains in the region, whether it's through ongoing pharmaceutical relationships that I alluded to, and general research and development and scientific collaboration, and how important the US deems that to be to their strategic interests. So I would sort of stop there and think it's kind of a question of priority from those lenses.
Thanks. Do either of the other witnesses, no obligation, want to take a crack at that? Why? What's the argument for Latin America being near the front of the line on U.S. vaccine exports? Okay.
So
go ahead.
in my testimony, very briefly, in my testimony, I mentioned the need for the U.S. to strengthen leadership in the Western Hemisphere, and in the region there are countries such as Brazil, where there's a major health crisis, and those negative externalities could create major problems, even political problems everywhere else. So I don't think it's easy to choose who should be first, but there are countries, again, Brazil, Mexico, large countries where there's an urgent need for more vaccines. And I even mentioned, or I recommended today, that if not donated, those vaccines could even be sold, and that would be already a major contribution.
Thank you. We have time for another question or two, which I consider to be a personal victory. Unfortunately, I can't see who has questions. Carolyn, can you see if anybody wants to follow up?
Does anybody else have any questions they want to ask? No, I think that the question time is over.
Okay. Well, in that case, that closes the panel. I want to express the Commission's appreciation to Dr. Ray, Mr. Hayes, and Dr. Ordinez for educating us today. We will break for lunch and return at 1:35.
Thank you so much, Chair Sithers.
I don't think so.
I don't know who I met virtual. I can know everyone's faces, but now I'm all mixed up.
Yeah.
being captured by money launderers and things like that. And there's, I'm most familiar with Colombia personally, and there's, it's particularly in sort of Medellin, there's a legacy of corporate structures being built to protect themselves against that through some of the more troubling times they've had. I'm sure that experience and knowledge can be
Are you're the one who's kicking off this panel as the chair?
It is 1:35. Jameson, can we go? Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Panel 3 will analyze the elements and geopolitical consequences of China's growing security presence and influence in Latin America and the Caribbean, including the PLA's activities as well as China's access to space facilities and other dual-use infrastructure. First, we will welcome back Dr. Cynthia Watson, Dean of Faculty and Academic Affairs at the National War College of the National Defense University. Dr. Watson last testified before the Commission in February 2020 during a hearing on China's military power projection and U.S. national interests. Dr. Watson has been studying China in Latin America for over 2 decades, and her testimony today will discuss China's military presence in Latin America and the Caribbean. Next, we welcome Mr. Chiaro de Aragao, Director of Strategy at ARCO Advice Public Affairs, who will discuss China's investment in dual-use infrastructure in the region. While this is Mr. Aragao's first time testifying before the Commission, he has presented at the British Parliament, the Canadian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the British Foreign Office, and the EU High Commission on Latin America and China Relations. Mr. Aragao's research focuses on geopolitical affairs, China-Latin America relations, Latin America's political environment, and institutional strategy. Once again, I'd like to remind witnesses to please keep your statements to 7 minutes so we can have a robust question and answer session. Dr. Watson, we will begin with you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bartholomew. I welcome this opportunity to speak to the Commission again this afternoon. As in my prior conversations, I'm speaking only for myself and not officially in my capacity as a Dean of Faculty at the National War College or an employee of any branch of the U.S. government. Excuse me. I also apologize up front to the Commission that I did not provide you with a written statement as requested, because this happens to be an extraordinarily busy time of the year as we close out our academic year, and I happen to be teaching on top of everything else. So I do apologize for that. I want to approach this subject, I am quite certain, in a very different way than any of your other speakers today. I did not have the opportunity to hear my esteemed colleagues this morning, although I know all of the individuals who addressed you. But what I'd like to do is I would like to focus much more on the overall role that China is playing in this region, with the military component being only an important but not absolutely essential part to that. And the way I'd like to describe this is to ask all of us to think about what the United States and China are both doing with regard to Latin America, as if you were looking at filling a jar. The way the United States tends to think about filling jars in terms of how we use instruments of statecraft is we focus on big rocks that we can put into that jar. And when I say big rocks, I'm thinking of important bilateral or regional programs. We think about measures that are very important to us, and those tend to be measures such as treaties. They tend to be measures such as Latin American attendance at conferences. We tend to think of very big measures that we in the United States would view as important for how we would approach the relationship with any other part of the world. China approaches and has shown during the COVID era a remarkable ability to use a very different method of filling the jar. In particular, what I think we're seeing is a China that fills the jar by grains of sand. And therein lies a major problem for the United States. China has used, as you heard this morning, the COVID diplomacy to great success in many ways across this region. Not total success,
but China has left a mark on the region that is indelible compared to any healthcare links it had to Latin America in the past. China has also been important in trade and investment. China is important in its role of all instruments of statecraft. But the difference, and the reason I call our attention to this, is that because our rocks are big and because we think of the relationship in terms of easily demonstrable important programs that will probably take some time to negotiate and to culminate, China is able to act much more swiftly in its relationship with this region, and it has therefore been able to fill in that jar to a much greater degree than the United States has in the last several years, and I would say particularly during the COVID period. And what we see is that Southcom is an absolutely essential partner for the United States to put forth to states in Latin America. But again, our big rocks, as put forward by Southcom, tend to have an awful lot of anticipated baggage that goes with the rocks. And in particular, we have issues relating to human rights. We have issues related to how the United States views Latin America vis-a-vis relative to other parts of the world. China doesn't approach things in that manner. And what we have instead is China making a number of what appear to be significantly smaller moves, to include military moves in this region to solidify a longer-term positive relationship. Why does all of this matter? It matters because this is the one part of the world where the United States ought to have its greatest benefit or ought to have its greatest ties. But because of the growing anxiety in the United States about border crossings, because of some of the rhetoric over the last several years, which, by the way, I should remind everyone, is bipartisan. It may be overwhelmingly from one party, but it comes from both parties when it comes to concerns about Latin America. As we focus on our concerns about this region, we're not cultivating the ties that we have built. And the evidence I would give for that is increased interest and engagement with the Chinese in Colombia, a place that's in the news right now with a lot of attention because of the violence that has resulted from some government decisions in Colombia. By any measure, because of the U.S. commitment through Plan Colombia over the last 25 years, China should have been completely shut out of this region, out of this country. But instead, what we're seeing is that China is able to offer seats in various meetings. China is able to offer small amounts of military diplomacy and to recognize that Colombia is in fact a sovereign state, not merely an appendage to the United States, so that China has made headway in this country, among others. My final comment, as I'm down to my last seconds, is to say that we have to aim far lower in our expectations instead of trying to come up with huge programs when it comes to dealing with China and Latin America. Reinstitute, or at least create some positive feelings about the United States that I don't think we've been able to do over the last several years. I understand that that's not what your focus is, but as a strategist, I would point out that if the United States does not do that, but continues to focus on major ideas and continue to push human rights issues, continue to push democratization and things that are not always that popular in this region, we are going to be in a position where China has filled in all of the sand in the jar, and that will leave us in a rather precarious position long term. We still have many benefits that we can use in this region, but sadly, we've become too captured by the idea that our ties have to be major ties. And as a result of those major moves, we believe China will be shut out. I would argue just the opposite's true. China is filling in the gaps as we focus on those major ties. Let me close and say thank you again for the opportunity, and I look forward to your questions. Over.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Mr. Aragao.
Thank you very much, Chairman Caroline Bartholomew, Commissioner Derek Scissors, members of the Commission and fellow colleagues. Thank you very much for the invitation. Well, the same expectation may have complete different outcomes for two very distinct cultures. The US believed that economic prosperity would invariably lead China to democracy, while China believes that the economic prosperity is the essence of the stability and legitimacy of the Chinese Communist Party. Latin America is the cheap supermarket that fuels the Chinese economic machinery on a two-way streak, suppliers of commodities and recipient of manufactured goods and now technology. The essence of the relationship between China and Latin American countries may be defined in three essential pillars. The first one is commercial dependency, the second one is financial dependency, and the third one is a hybrid of commercial, financial, and technological dependency, which is in its beginning. Observing China's military and security strategy towards the region, we must step back and understand the core goal of China's military and security ambitions, which lies in the Indo-Pacific region. Latin America is an integral part of their Indo-Pacific strategy, as the region has the power to feed the military machinery as supplier of its necessary ingredients. This explains the three pillars. First, commercial dependency fuels food supplies, oil and gas to its economic development, rare minerals to its technological and military ambitions, and common minerals to its necessity of continuous industrialization. The limited industrial capability of the region offers a growing market with a desire to consume goods with economic restraints that limits the access to better, more traditional, equivalent goods from the US and Europe. Second, financial dependency allows the conversion of loans for commodities below market price, opportunity to sell bonds from the Chinese Central Bank, infrastructure installations and investments to optimize commodity outflow, total or partial ownership of natural resources, assets, and strategic partnerships as compensation for increased local debt, such as, for example, as mentioned earlier, the Space Observation Base in Argentina. It also opens doors for direct negotiation of military equipment, such as the FC-1 fighters for Argentina, without common tender processes as expected and as the US is accustomed to. Third, hybrid dependency combines the two pillars that I just mentioned, as well as the technological aspect, which allows China to introduce technological needs such as thermal cameras in Panama, Argentina, Chile, and Colombia, telecom infrastructure through Huawei, in which the natural evolvement of these technologies sustain compatibility dependencies for continuous usage of these products. Theoretically, the access to data that can feed research in AI deep learning may be obtained if desired, though this is unsure and there is no clear public information that sustains that. China gains rhetorical advantage in the region over the US since Beijing portrays each country as lands of opportunity, while historically, most countries have perceived themselves to be lands of problems to the US: illegal immigration, narco-trafficking, corruption, money laundering. China's ability to offer loans and infrastructure partnerships without demanding structural, institutional, fiscal, and monetary reforms as multilateral organizations that are perceived in these countries to be very tied to the US have historically demanded from these countries, facilitating the access to tailor-made opportunities provided by them. The Chinese strategy within the pillars described are based in 4 axes which can be observed in every single country where their presence is robust. First, as I mentioned, is the economic and commercial dependency through commodity-backed loans and investments which are less risky, generating a stable access to natural resources while opening doors for strategic and specific projects. This strategic approach opens doors and guarantees supplies. Second, more market for Chinese companies, services, construction, logistics, financial institutions, tech, and consumer goods. This strategic approach used the doors opened by the dependency conditions and expand the economic capability of its companies and products. Third, influencing local policies to favor Chinese interests at local, state, national, and international levels. This strategy utilizes the trust relationship established through local presence, adapting the local flexible regulations, which always have been a concern of the US towards the region, to increase the access for further companies and further strategic opportunities. And four, shaping the public view towards China, neutralizing anti-China narratives which they attribute to the US. This strategy is a product of the opinion-making condition created by the previous strategic approaches, shifting the local policy-making in the international arena towards the US interests in the region, as well as US narratives which corner China within the international community. China holds a unique ability, given its centralized political profile, to apply usage conversion in practically any infrastructure project in which they were able to negotiate total or partial exclusivity. Ports throughout the region destined for commercial usage can easily support military usage if necessary, as logistical corridors can be established through the Atlantic, using the port of Paranaguá in Brazil, the port of Buenos Aires, port of La Brea in Trinidad and Tobago, and the port of Santiago de Cuba. Also through the Pacific, via the enhanced relationship with Panama and the project to use Punta Arenas in Chile as a launching base for scientific exploration of Antarctica, could also offer access through the Magellan Strait. The Space Observation Center in Patagonia could be converted to signal station, though there are no public available evidences of this yet. However, the technology is available and it's there. High-level military cooperation with important leaderships of Latin American countries is ongoing since 2015, allowing China to offer their perception of international geopolitics to military opinion makers and decision makers. In theory, all of these aspects could be converted, if necessary, to support an eventual theater of operations in the Indo-Pacific if the situation in the South China Sea eventually escalates. Nevertheless, the adjustments from the current infrastructure and logistical capabilities used for commercial relations would need no major changes. I would like to thank Chairman Caroline Bartholomew, Commissioner Derek Scissors, for everyone, and I'm available for further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting testimony. We'll start alphabetically with Commissioner Borokoff.
Thank you very much. Dr. Watson, you gave up what I thought was a tremendous metaphor for what you view is happening there, as a corollary. I have my own metaphor that I was thinking you were describing, which is in baseball when they play small ball. And I think what you're saying, if I can just apply both, is that sometimes it's better to just get dozens of hits and you will eventually win the game, as opposed to swinging for the fence, and your odds of striking out are much higher. And so my question for you is, you've obviously put some thought into this. When you talk about the feelings, what you're really saying is that you want the perception of our intent to be different than what it is today in Central and Latin America. Am I correct?
Commissioner Borokoff, thank you for the question. Yes, I am, again, probably different than anyone else who's going to testify before you today, in that I believe the United States ought to be focusing far more heavily on what we have the power to do. And I find it difficult to think of a region of the world as a region where we have done more damage with a number of our public debates or public rhetoric over the last several years than we have with Latin America. This is the one part of the world besides Canada that one can literally get here walking. That is not true of China. That is not true of Europe. It's not true of Africa. Yet we have a historic propensity, and we've certainly exacerbated it again, to alienate Latin America. The subsequent speaker listed the number of things that we've done that are money laundering, as well as immigration issues, violence in the Northern Triangle, the list goes on. That's not helping us. And while I realize that the focus of this panel is on military activities, what we have the ability to do with Latin America that we continue to surrender is to argue we care about them as something other than an object in between the US and another country. We did this historically during the Cold War. This is a region that wants to be valued. Part of the reason why we have seen so much discussion over the last couple of months about the vaccine issue is this is a part of the world that's having a very hard time getting those vaccines from the major players. They need to feel that we recognize they have human as well as geopolitical needs as well. And we haven't been very effective at conveying that message, much less trying to replicate what I've described as China using all the sand to fill the jar. Thank you.
So I just want to tell you that that's one of the most refreshing things I've heard in some time. Without going into it, I've had as employees in my business literally thousands of people from that area of the world who want nothing more than to be able to join the team. And so I'm going to yield the rest of my time and just say I appreciate those comments.
Thanks very much. Vice Chairman Cleveland.
Dr. Araujo, I'm interested in your characterization of the experiment and repositioning the IDB as a reliable lender in the region and offering credit to compete with China. And also your characterization, I recognize this as a security panel, but this piece interested me in your testimony, that the strategy has been shifting from finance to direct investment. I'm curious, when we had a hearing last year on Africa, we looked at how companies started with extraction and then moved to building the roads and ports to be able to ship to China, and then building processing facilities adjacent to the mines, and then direct investment so that they could sell in the region. And I'm wondering if you or anybody else has sort of mapped a similar strategy of how they start and build out, and then in the process of building out, start to include security training and political education to kind of deepen their position. But I am curious about how you characterize the IDB, as I said, and then what you see as the steps in this strategy to intensify or deepen their position in Latin America. They being the Chinese, obviously. So,
Well, perfect. Argentina, for example, since 1959 have defaulted with the IMF several times. Until 2008, most of the countries in Latin America, they had no other option to look for credit other than the IMF, the World Bank, the IDB. But there was a structural problem in that didn't match the cultural, political format of Latin American politics. The demands, they were often structural, demanding administrations to cut civil servants, stop hiring civil servants, generate fiscal balance, generate monetary balance, monetary equilibrium. And this was death to several politicians at the region to the expense of solving the economic situations at that moment through the loans. When China emerged in 2008 as a major lender to the region, especially after the financial crisis, the expectations never entered the structural organizations of the local governments. I don't want you to change. I don't care if you change. I don't care how you're going to execute the loans that I'm giving to you. What I'm concerned is the guarantees that you can give back to me of how these loans will eventually be paid, whether they are through capital, whether they are through participation, through commodities, or through anything else. So China emerged as the flexible, fast option for several countries to be able to obtain loans. Initially, China's financing in the region, they were aimed specifically at infrastructure projects. However, China had very little control and very high frustration of the execution procedures in those countries of those projects that they financed. Could have been for the quality of the services provided or the speed or corruption, etc. And this led them to make the shift into being partners or buying certain projects, assets, investing a lot in M&A, because this can put them in the forefront of the evaluation of several of these projects, which is different than financing. So the amount of loans have decreased, but loans from government to government, which basically in Venezuela, in Argentina, and a few other countries are used even to pay the daily payroll, this is something that occurs in a way that is different than the regular traditional financing of projects. And this is what gives China a major advantage. Because different than the United States, that you have the private sector independently and autonomous negotiating, and several other areas of the US government coordinating individually their relationship with Latin American countries, in China you have one big channel that within the same conversation you can change topics and intertwine them at the end of the conversation, allowing them to have cross issues and cross themes within the same negotiation. For example, the necessity for Brazil to have active pharmaceutical ingredients is intertwined with Brazil's decision to maintain or not Huawei as a supplier for the 5G tender. Because this is, they both fall within the spectrum of good relations. So why am I going to open an exception and send you APIs if you're not helping me in the other point, in the other end? This is hard to happen here because the US would never involve a negotiation with AstraZeneca and at the same time with AT&T or Verizon mixed within the same framework of conversation. And this fits well the Latin American countries, mostly those with centralized government, low institutionality, allowing this sort of cross-sectioned negotiations and conversations to be more efficient.
Commissioner Fiedler.
Can we talk about Panama Canal? What are the Chinese interests in the Panama Canal?
Well, the Panama Canal is, let's look at the Caribbean in a very similar way as China is looking to the small islands in the Pacific. They form a continuous bridge of channels of navigation that is primarily used for commerce, but eventually could be using for military as well, in which the relationship that is developed with specific islands and specific ports allow you to create a stretch roads, naval roads, for you to be able to have freedom of navigation. And they have learned well the difficulties of navigation related to the South China Sea because of the difficulty of the Malacca Strait, which led them to anticipate the entrance of commodities to Asia through the port of Gwadar in Pakistan. Panama is the opportunity to control an area of transition from the Atlantic to Pacific. Control might be a strong word, but to heavily influence or have exclusivity in which they are able to.
Well, I mean, in light of the Suez Canal accident disruption that
stopped the canal for, I forget how long, a week or so. That it's a disruptive power that I'm concerned about in the Panama Canal.
It is. It is for the U.S. interest in the region. It is absolutely, given the time that the U.S. Relationship with Panama has existed, and the fact that in 2017 you had the change of position of Panama in relation to China. This offers priority, not necessarily exclusivity, but priority enhances your logistical capability. It justifies logistical increments and investments in the regions nearby that can use that outflow to export. For example, several Brazilian mines in the northeastern region or in the north region.
Do we have evidence of Chinese getting priority in the canal over somebody else?
We don't have evidence, but we have major investments, Chinese investments in specific terminals, while in other areas of the world and in the La Brea port in Trinidad and Tobago and Santiago de Cuba, there were some exclusivity agreements being negotiated. The modus operandi could involve exclusivity. I cannot answer you if the investments in the terminals are connected to exclusivity as well.
Okay. Does anyone have an idea of, I don't, and I didn't read it yet, are Chinese submarines visiting any ports in Latin America?
I have not, I cannot answer that question. I have no information on that.
Dr. Watson, do you know?
I do not know in public information whether that's true, but I would like to add one thing, Commissioner Fiedler, to your question about the Panama Canal, and that is to remind all of us that the Panama Canal is increasingly vulnerable simply because of its size to becoming a far less important part of global commerce. And as China continues to be involved with that, and especially as we see any concerns about a modernizing People's Liberation Army Navy, which will have more modern and larger ships, it is extraordinarily unlikely that the Panama Canal is going to be as relevant as we've talked about, or as your question indicated, you were concerned.
I was less concerned
Panama is becoming less and less relevant because it's over 100 years old now, and the amount of resources that it would take to vastly expand that canal are pretty substantial, even
My
for the
reference
Chinese.
was not to military ships going through the canal, but to commercial ships going through the canal.
Well, sir, even the number of commercial ships are challenged by that canal. Super tankers, for example.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of traffic going to the port of Savannah, Georgia, and imports from China and the East Coast, and it's not coming through the Strait of Magellan. It's too far away. We haven't talked enough about military relationships. Who has the strongest military relationship with China in Latin America?
Well, definitely Venezuela does.
Venezuela.
Although the high-rank officers in Venezuela, they're more historically linked to Russian decision makers, while China has more of a role of financing in Venezuela, but the relationship exists. The elite forces from China have done exercises with elite forces in Venezuela, in Colombia, in Brazil in the past. The relationship between high command officers is something that they have developed forums exclusively for that, for receiving commanders since 2015 from Latin American countries to China in order to talk. In terms of profound cooperation, there is a huge problem, which is the lack of military technological capability in several Latin American armed forces. So I think that before we have a strong cooperation in terms of exercises, the step before that, which we can still and already see some glimpses and signs of it, is potential routes for financing the acquisition of military products from China.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Glass.
Many thanks to you both. I'm going to direct this question to both of you. In your testimony, you outlined in our discussion earlier, you outlined various disruptive events. I think, Dr. Watson, you mentioned Colombia and the recent news associated with some of the events on the ground there. We've talked about COVID-19. We have the Northern Triangle issues that continue to hit the national media. And how do these disruptive events, whether they're geopolitical or otherwise, impact Chinese loans, financing, and investment? Do we see more investment around these particular times or less? And then also, getting to Commissioner Cleveland's question about the IDB, what would your recommendations be to help foster positive investment in the region with ESG high road standards associated, but still has flexibility that I think Latin American countries are seeking? Thank you.
Professor, you want to go first?
Yes. I think that your last question, Commissioner, goes to the heart of the issue, and that is that we almost always condition our anticipated relationships on trying to achieve a secondary goal. And Latin America is desperate in many cases for financing and will tolerate, it doesn't feel that it's in a position to challenge whatever lender wants to make them loans. And therein lies part of the challenge, is that we always anticipate being able to get something else out of whatever an agreement portrays, and China doesn't put them in that position, with the notable two exceptions of pressuring states not to have diplomatic relations with Taiwan, and secondarily, not to challenge or not to criticize Beijing. But I think part of the problem to your earlier question is that we tend to think about actions in the region or actions that we take as triggering a Chinese action, when I think what we're seeing instead is a sustained interest by China in this region across the region. And that is different than it being triggered by a particular opening. The opening they're responding to is a long-standing belief on the part of Latin American states that we're not interested in treating them as a sovereign or perhaps sovereign, but treating them as an equal part of the world to be dealt with as partnerships, not partnerships in a military sense necessarily, but treated as a state to be respected in the international system.
Well, complementing on that, first I see that the IDB can have a very important role, not only lending, but also acting as a bridge of comprehension and integration between Latin America and the US government. There's a lot of smart people here in Washington that understands the details, the cultural differences, the badly spoken phrase or the smart phrase in small negotiations. And this is something that the IDB can play a valuable role. Also, expanding not only their portfolio, but also making sure that they can adequate and tailor-made some of the specifications of requirements in specific countries, given the reality of those countries, is something that the IDB can do with much more flexibility than the IMF or the World Bank, for example, because the IDB has the knowledge. Furthermore, the equilibrium inside the IDB of the countries and the representatives of the countries, they act actually as ambassadors to their own countries. And when you look at the representatives from El Salvador, from Nicaragua, from Ecuador, they are as close as they can be from their governments, from their presidents, from their ministers. They know what's going on, and they are individuals that can be excellent bridges of approximation between the bank, which, by the way, if the bank satisfies the financing capabilities in the region, naturally, this satisfies U.S. interests as you would have less options of Chinese investments. In regards to how certain events affect, I think that the vaccine diplomacy was a very smart move from China. But China had an advantage with Russia that the U.S. didn't have, that the vaccines were made from the government, were publicly sponsored. This allowed the government to negotiate the inflow of the vaccines, while it was very hard for the US or the UK to negotiate on behalf of their producers. This, the capability to produce and to deliver the vaccines creates a long-term dependency because you have to buy from the same supplier the active pharmaceutical ingredients. So this is something that it was done very well, and the United States now have the capability to equalize that. And as I was hearing earlier from Commissioner Talent of why the United States does not broadcast this, in a better and more continuous way, I ask the same question. So you have right now an incredibly amount, I would say about 240 million AstraZeneca potential doses that you have the ingredients that there are only 2 places in the world right now that can actually produce the AstraZeneca vaccines outside of Europe and the US, which is São Paulo in Brazil and the Serum Institute in India. This would be remarkable act of diplomacy right now for the production to be able to occur in those places. Of course, India, given its population, the division could be different, but this could create an equilibrium and not only a goodwill towards Latin American countries in terms of the crisis that is going on there, that could have a major impact. As I was saying here before the session began, politics in Latin America and elsewhere is 100% resources and 300% demands. You compensate the other 200% with the actions, the stories, the approximations, the charisma, and the diplomacy. And this has to be done continuously because this, in international relations, countries forgive faster than in domestic politics.
Interesting. Commissioner Goodwin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. I want to talk a little bit about filling the jar and also doing it in a manner that meets Latin American countries and governments where they are. And I think first and foremost would be the recognition that we can't expect these countries to turn away from Chinese investment dollars right now. And Dr. Ray, in her testimony on our earlier panel, said instead of trying to encourage Latin American countries to turn away from China and their economic engagement, we need to invite China in and encourage them to participate in regional collaborations, bring them into the process, have them participate and be integrated into some of these regional collaborative initiatives. My question is, for this panel on security risk and security engagement by China in Latin America and the Caribbean, what are the security risks posed by such regional collaborations?
I think that the security risks are far smaller if we can not appear to be viewing the region in terms of, as I said earlier, a third party, much like a beach ball being batted by the US and China across a net at each other. But if Latin American states were to believe, number one, that they were respected for whom they are, if we didn't have some of the rhetoric that I've alluded to before about the bad things that come from Latin America, rather than appreciating a number of important things that come to the United States and that we benefit from in the bilateral relationship with the region and with the individual states, that would go a long way to reopening a view to Latin Americans who feel that they may have had to turn to China because the United States is simply not as interested nor as willing to tolerate them on their own terms. And that sounds a bit Pollyannish, but I really think that that is much more important than we recognize and undermines the security concerns that we're talking about. Latin America will turn to these states, will build stronger ties, stronger military ties with the states that it believes respects them and wants to be involved with them. And all too often, we don't appear to be those states, I'm sorry to say.
Well, the security risks and implications, they're in every relationship. For example, and I'm gonna bring something very recent here. The only point of convergence right now, one of the only major points of convergence right now between the US and China is in regards to environmental policies and renewable energies. There is an element of security there as well, but the calculation of how big this is in exchange for the results of this convergence is something that is calculated every day. What are the security risks? The same rare earth minerals that you need to make a eolic turbine or to make a solar panel, you use for quantum computing. You use for military equipment. The same. Where was the brilliance there of this convergence, at least on the Chinese side? The brilliance is there. If they look at the slow, continuous train of sanctions reaching their direction, they know that there is one area that cannot be sanctioned, or else you kill the good and the bad. You kill the renewables capabilities, the cooperation for environment. You kill a narrative, because how can the world trust a country that is impeding me to produce renewable energy components? But at the same time, since we're talking about dual usage, I think that this is the biggest example of dual usage. But this is where the element of trust have to come in. In Latin America, any sort of cooperation has the biggest security risk, which is something very hard to identify when you lose, which is information. But how can you, and I'm totally in favor of what Professor Dawson said. This is the fastest route for the US to regain influence and equilibrium in the region by combining with China in several projects. But at the same time, the United States have to solve the puzzle of security concerns in regards to information, and at the same time establishing trustworthy relationships that sustains this relationship with them in this particular issue, this particular goal. So these are difficulties and issues that must be analyzed, because the tempo, the long-term evaluation is much larger in China than in the US. The cycles are much longer. And the cycles being much longer, it's affordable to lose now, lose tomorrow, lose next Tuesday for you to win 3 months, 3 years, 3 decades from now. The calculations are different. So the security risks, they are not the same in the eyes of each other.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Camphausen.
Well, this panel is entitled China's Military and Security Activities in Latin America and the Caribbean. And as a commission member who focuses on this particular topic more generally, I guess I would offer 2 conclusions for our panelists to respond to. First, it's not very significant. Chinese military activity in the broader Latin American Caribbean region is so insignificant as to result in panelists citing individual cases of arms sales or exercises or numbers of officers who traveled to Beijing over the course of a 6 or 7 year time frame. So my first conclusion is it doesn't really matter. Now, I'm trying to be a little bit provocative, especially for my dear friend, Professor Watson, so that she'll say something that will hopefully inform our chapter on this topic. But that's the first point. It's not very significant. And secondly, Mr. Argyle, in your testimony, You even sort of concede this. You say it's unlikely that China prioritizes the military angle in Latin America. Beijing understands that any point of conflict with the United States will occur in the Indo-Pacific region. Professor Watson has said, though, that the United States is missing opportunities, I'm paraphrasing, because of our own inept policies. I guess the point is, and it's sort of a corollary to the first point, but this would appear to be an open opportunity for China's security interests and the PLA, more specifically, to have a much broader set of inroads within Latin America and Caribbean. And it's not happening. So what do we conclude from that? If the opportunity is there, why aren't they taking advantage of this?
Commissioner Camphausen, thank you for the question. I would start by saying that the Chinese are acutely aware of how wide the Pacific is. And Latin America is never going to be their first priority in terms of security, traditional security or military issues. And they're very aware of how close Latin America is to the United States. They're also aware of something that has not come up, but that we often talk about, which is something called the Monroe Doctrine, which may be in abeyance, may not. But I think that your broader question about why is China not taking advantage of this this opportunity is, I don't think that's accurate. I think what I'm saying is China is taking advantage of many instruments. It's just not that the military instrument, which is the one that we spend most of our time talking about in the United States, and frankly, in the bilateral relationship between the United States and China, the military is not the one that they're going to use in Latin America. What they are doing is exactly the same thing they're doing in the rest of the world, which, as your other speakers have noted, is focus on economic, commercial, resource instruments, and they are being very successful with those instruments. So I think it's a matter of the United States having a different preference for looking at the military instrument, in using that instrument, and China has decided that that is not, at least in the current configuration, worth their while. Does that mean that they ignore it? No. Are they continuing to offer smaller military ties? Yes. And that goes along with my idea that the Chinese are using lots of grains of sand to fill the jar. I don't think it's that they are ignoring this region, but they are mindful of what the region represents to the United States. You in particular have heard me say that for a number of years, and I don't see any indication that they are less interested, but they remain far more willing to use the economic or commercial or resource tools along with information in order to try to foment or to build stronger ties with the region long term. Thank you.
Well, Commissioner, I believe a couple years ago, the United States, Chinese companies that were believed to be partially or strongly linked with the PLA. If you look at the list of companies that invest in Latin America, you will find Huawei, you'll find Hikvision, you'll find Panda Electronics, China Railway Construction Corporation, China Telecom, most, if not all, of those lists. So it depends on the angle that we see whether the PLA is there or not. And it depends on the interpretation and the information that is not that I don't have access, but you guys do, in how connected these companies are to the PLA. At the same time, for every military capability that is preparing themselves for something that could occur, even if in a very slim chance, and they know exactly where this could occur, and at the same time, China knows that they're no match for the US Army globally, but they are a match if they can combine the region and squeeze the region as small as possible, I see that it doesn't make, at least strategically for them, it doesn't make much sense to uniform style military PLA activities in Latin America. What makes sense, and is one of the points that I try to bring in the testimony, is that if you are preparing yourself in a time frame that for us here in the West is so hard to understand because we think in a different time span, is that you need ingredients. You need steel, you need lithium, you need food, you need oil, you need gas. The route is established because the way that we discuss those issues, we categorize into small boxes that they have no apparent connection to other boxes. It's just a commercial issue, it's a trade issue. It's just commercial dispute. One of the advantages that China has in their international policy and global policy is how they can fastly combine those small boxes into larger boxes and larger boxes like a mamushka doll, that while we watch them individually. So the way that I see is that perhaps the zoom should be a little bit different. We should zoom at the companies. We should zoom, for example, the way that Germany treated Huawei was the example that was settled for Brazil in the end of last year, which was basically claiming that since the company is not listed and the company doesn't have an independent board, as a German company does, you cannot compete. Become a German company, and you can do. So I think that perhaps Latin America will always be a supplier and not necessarily a theater in military angles.
Very interesting. Commissioner Scissors.
I will yield my time. Thanks.
Commissioner Talent.
Thank you. Boy, several questions I could ask, but I think I'm going to focus and ask you something, Mr. Araujo, because I thought your testimony was very good, and your recommendations are getting at the heart of what a lot of people have talked about today in other panels as well. So let me sum it up for you, and you tell me whether I basically got the right handle on this. So the underlying problem here, it seems to me you're saying and others, is that when the United States provides developmental aid, and it does, either directly or through various lending institutions, there's a tendency, whether we realize it or not, to sort of push upon Latin and South American countries our view of what it is they ought to want in terms of their priorities, and our view of which problems they ought to be trying to solve. Instead of understanding what it is they need, which is both in terms of economic development, but also the domestic political equities they have to deal with. Whereas the Chinese come in, and even though they're probably rather suspicious of the Chinese, because who isn't around the world, the Chinese basically sit down and say, what is it you want? How can we get it to you? And what can we get for it? Is that, you think, an accurate, if perhaps oversimplistic, summary of what our basic problem is in terms of these development issues?
I think you are spot on. The playbook in which the U.S. aims at expanding its influence, its good influence, values to several countries, is the same from the past 40, 50 years. And part of this, the essence of this playbook is based on a dispute with ideology being the number one aspect of it. And I don't see ideology as the major aspect right now. In 1992, the Chinese created a committee to evaluate the reasons for the end of the Soviet Union, and they came to the opposite conclusion as the US. Economic prosperity will maintain us here forever. So the approach from the US have to decide how they want to approach. Teachers are never the good business partners of anyone, because they will try to teach you how to run the business instead of being a business partner all the time. So the United States will always have the desire and the strong ambition to see institutionality, and democratic transparency in those countries in a way that the US believes it should be. The metric is very different from country to country because the essence of the Latin American political environment is personalized on a figure of individuals with very low comprehension from the society of the functioning of the government, with very high expectations of the society of the power of decision-making from an individual. China does not enter into those realms of arguments. China simply is a waiter that arrives, you get your request, and they evaluate whether they're going to give it or not, and then they bring the price at the spot. There's no menu there. While the United States expects structural changes that kills the capability of those political groups that are negotiating the potential loans of support of sustaining themselves. So politically for them is like piling mines to reach the upper cabinet. It doesn't work. So I think one of the recommendations that I brought, for example, is as I know that one of the major concerns of the US is regarding technological expansion.
It's your recommendation too, I noticed that too,
Yeah, for example, the DFC, under or in parallel to the FC, they could be in partnership with several suppliers of tech products from the US, from Europe. They can create special and specific credit lines for the countries to be able to acquire those products. Assembly lines, the US is talking about offshoring several of the companies that are in China. Of course, sometimes you have to do one step back before doing two forward, but Latin America is there. And if the countries are not welcoming fiscal environments, there are examples of fiscal zones in several countries, like Manaus in Brazil, that can actually produce within the standards that is expected of cost. Those type of things, they can be complementary issues to balance the Chinese actions and postures in there.
I see I'm out of time, but I'm going to give you a question for the record, going and asking you for some more specifics about what those kind of programs might look like from the angle of from the American angle. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wessel.
Thank you, and Senator Talent, I agree with your line of questioning and the desire to fulfill this because I'm left feeling somewhat hopeless today, I hate to say, by the testimony of the two of you that American values, American objectives put us at a competitive disadvantage with China, essentially. And having worked much of my life on labor rights and many of the other issues, I question whether we can compete against China, which simply wants to sustain its power and achieve goals with Taiwan, et cetera. And there is not a values agenda that, extends beyond that. And if Latin America and elsewhere views our values as costs, as impediments, as limitations, again, that makes me feel rather hopeless. So like Jim, I'd like to find, ideas from each of you on tools that can, put the values agenda more, make it a more powerful tool. If you have any.
Commissioner, this is
Please.
Cynthia Watson. I apologize if that's the impression I left you with, then I have failed supremely this afternoon. I am not saying that I do not believe we can compete with China on values. That isn't what I said at all. What I said was that I believe that our messaging and our continued hammering that and I have to confess that I liked what my colleague said more in a number of his later responses as complementary to what I thought I was saying, which is that Latin America would like to be treated as a partner. That isn't the same as saying Latin America will accept our values. So if I am misunderstanding what we want our objective to be as a result of our policies, then that is one thing. But I am not arguing that this is impossible. I am saying that the current approach, which is an extraordinarily singular focus exclusively on US values as if there are no others, is problematic. So I'm sorry if I gave you the impression that this was hopeless. That wasn't my intent. As a matter of fact, I think that the United States has the upper hand here, but I think we have been extraordinarily ham-handed in any interest in saying to this region for a very long time that we want to be partners with them, and we have left the field open to the Chinese.
I still feel somewhat hopeless. Sorry to say, only in it.
Well, it may be because it may be because we only expect Latin America to, or potentially other parts of the world, to look like us. But that doesn't mean that they automatically look like China if they don't look like us. And I think that's a very important distinction.
I'm not suggesting they look like us in the broadest sense, but rather, again, you know, in Colombia, since I worked on the murders of trade unionists there, et cetera, that we seek partners where there's progress towards certain goals. And that we not start, as I think you're saying, with identifying all the problems, but identify the opportunities and then certain goals we have to share. But I also see a China out there that is willing to, again, bid away, auction away much that undermines many of the things that we hold dear, and its power that has advanced since its accession to the WTO and accelerated in past years undermines our ability to achieve common goals, I think, even more. This is probably part of a much longer discussion, which hopefully we will have, since I see my time has expired.
Just to complement, one of the point that I want to raise is that values, they should not be a condition. They should be a desire. Latin Americans, they learn US values through the movies, through Hollywood. And those values, in many ways, they are aspirations, not for decision makers, but sometimes for young individuals who actually want to come here. But they are not triggers for policy making or structural changes. When you look at, when you Google the list of universities in the Middle East, you see a bunch of US university campuses there. How many do you see in Latin America? Why Latin America? When was the last time that Latin America had a permanent special envoy for the region? Not to go there and talk about illegal immigration or narcotics, but to go there and say, hey, I'm here, what can we do? Especially in a society that is personalistic. They like to see embodied power in a person. Because this is the sentiment that I'm talking to the boss, or I'm talking to someone who decides. So these are small gestures and small actions that can go a long way. There are negotiations from Tsinghua University to open partnerships and campuses in Latin American cities. And it's astonishing that this could happen before Georgetown or before Johns Hopkins or before NYU. It's astonishing. So these are the sort of details that perhaps might seem too simplistic for such a strong and detailed and studious commission such as this. But as Professor Dawson said, this is the grain of sand that makes the difference. And this is the grain of sand to you guys that actually are huge rocks in the jar back in Latin America. So it's a win-win situation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wong.
Thank you to both of our panelists, but in particular, thank you, Mr. Aragao, on your testimony regarding the military presence in China and perhaps what their intents and may be there. You know, I've taken a look at this and been thinking about it, and it's very hard for me to understand, and I think this is an open question of exactly what their short, medium, and long-term intentions are with the military cooperation that they do have, or military presence that they do have. But I take your point on dual-use nature of some of these activities, perhaps the deepening the ports and other items that you listed and other panelists have listed. You know, what I see here is perhaps it's not a fully formed strategy. Perhaps they are building, as they have elsewhere in the world, perhaps a latent or a potentiality of military options down the line that they don't know how they're going to want to execute it, but they may need it depending on the contingency. It's not big right now, and I'm not seeing, you know, big red flashing lights as I am in other regions of the world as far as Chinese presence. But when I do see them making deals to deepen ports, combined with their plans to build out larger blue water navy and carrier strike groups, I do see the potential for power projection into the Western Hemisphere. What that is for? I would gather it's more for a defensive purpose to secure their commodity flow, as you're saying, rather than any kind of offensive power projection desire. Although who knows what's going to happen in the next 20, 30 years, particularly as those carrier strike groups and other naval assets that they're building won't really come online for 15 or 20 years. I just say that because I just wanted to, I'm talking through it as I'm thinking about it, but I appreciate your testimony. It was very clarifying and to help me in thinking about that. But along that line, more specific question both to Dr. Watson and to you. Are you aware of or have you drawn from or can point to any Chinese language discussion of the military and security interests of China in Latin America, whether by Chinese scholars or other Mandarin or Chinese language source material for this?
Professor, if you want to go first.
I would refer you more to the work of Matt Furchin, who is at Carnegie Tsinghua for work on that. I don't read Chinese, so I am not the appropriate person to answer that question.
Much appreciated.
Yeah, I don't recall any particular text, but I think that there are some alternatives for certain inflow of commodities that are being analyzed by China. They had a party committee meeting at the end of October in which several of these specific points were detailed, such, for example, potentially expanding the capability of Tanzania of growing some grains, which makes logistical sense, especially if you combine that with the full functionality of the Gwadar port in Pakistan. You have just a small route in there, and you, at the same time, enhance the importance of the Indo-Pacific. The logistics difficulties in Latin America, from getting production from the center of the continent until the ports, is still the major challenge. The ports itself, they are advancing fast because the investments are easier to be made. But expanding railways from central parts of the countries until the ports is something that takes a while and, in theory, could be easily disrupted in the future. So there are alternatives because for particular products, such as soybeans, there is a notion that they are over-dependent on Brazil, especially given that the flow of soybeans from the US would have an increased volatility as the situation between the two countries advance.
Thank you both.
Thanks very much. interesting. I think what you said about the companies, the PLA-linked companies, raises real questions in my mind about, I mean, what are they doing, again, in terms of seeding a capability, SEEDING, not CEDING, a capability. But I want to address specifically the question about China becoming over-dependent on Latin American resources, soybeans, for example. Why don't the countries, when they're negotiating, see that they have some sort of leverage that they could be using, that they don't necessarily need to comply with? I mean, it's sort of about playing hardball, isn't it, right? I mean, if they're being told you need to do X in order to get Y, you need to take Huawei in order to get vaccines, why are they not saying, well, guess what? You know, you don't get soybeans unless you give us vaccines.
Yeah, but the major problem there is that the producers, they are autonomous, and that makes the whole difference. You don't have the U.S., you don't have the Brazilian government having the autonomy to dictate whether one will accept or not, only the regulatory and the taxes for the arrival and exit. So it makes it harder, especially because the associations are diversified by states, by specific grains as well. And the level of quality of the grains, it varies a lot as well. And they lack a uniform view to be able to negotiate with a country, for example, like China.
Thanks. That makes a lot of sense. You mentioned.
Could I add also
Yes,
that
Dr.
they have a
Watson.
long historic experience with commodity prices dropping. And I think that that long historic experience keeps fresh in their minds. And so the idea that China is interested in their products, whether they're foodstuffs or whether they're other resources, is more along the lines of a bird in the hand. And I think that it's easy for us to forget how volatile the international system has been for Latin America over the years.
Thank you. Mr. Aragao, you said in 2015 that were the first high-level military exchanges taking place with China?
I cannot guarantee that there weren't high-level conversations and interactions before that, but that year is symbolic because you had 11 members from armies from 11 Latin American countries participating on forums and conferences, which is very regular and very normal to occur in China. We see all the time with African leaderships as well. So this is 2015 marks perhaps the year that the press became more aware of that.
All right. I was going to ask if there are military people in Latin America who are going to trainings in China or being trained by China. One of the interesting things we heard when we had our Africa hearing last year was that the Chinese are providing more opportunities to do military training and sort of military to military exchanges or academic, right, military schools with African soldiers, but actually they preferred to have American training. And I'm just curious if there's some sort of similar dynamic.
Yeah, the brand.
Could I comment?
Yeah, no, please go ahead, Professor.
I'd just like to comment on our experience in professional military education. And it goes to the law of unintended consequences. At the National Defense University, for example, the U.S. National Defense University, we are increasing as per a decision by the Secretary of Defense, we are increasing our number of international officers coming to the United States. But we almost never see an increase in number of officers from Latin America. As a result, as they are looking for places, because they simply don't come out as high in the priority list, and that priority list is determined by the combatant commands in under the supervision of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. But that means that as there are not more seats available for Latin American military officers, then if they are still looking for military education, China has been far more willing to welcome them. They are on a separate campus. They are kept in a separate program, but they are still it's separate from the PLA, but they are still getting the opportunity for that military education. And that's one of the things that we are not increasing as for Latin America anymore as we are increasing seats for others, such as our allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific. And so it becomes a zero-sum game, and Latin America has therefore taken advantage of opportunities in Beijing.
Anything to add?
I think it was very precise, the words from Professor Watson.
Great, all right. Thank you. We have a few more minutes if anybody has a second round of questions. Mike, did you have one? Bob? No. Jeff? Alex? No? All right. Well, with that, thank you very much. Very interesting testimony by both of you. There may well be some questions for the record. If you'll entertain them, we'll send them on. But thank you very much for the time that you gave to us and the work that you've been doing. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
All right. So we will come back actually at 3:15. We have a bit of a time for a break here. So we'll be back at 3:15.
second
hear.
countdown plus the
Oh,
pause.
sorry, are we ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, is Derek ready to go?
I am ready.
And our witness is Derek. Let me just make one statement before, but I want to apologize actually, because I had an old schedule. But we have our witnesses ready to go too? Great.
Yes, we do.
We can't see them though. There we go. Okay. I'll turn this over to Derek, but I want to apologize to our witnesses for running late. I was using an old schedule, so my apologies to that. And then Derek, it's in your hands.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome to panel 4. Again, a quick intro for the sake of more discussion time. This panel introduces case studies to flesh out the previous panels and also to allow identification of other important matters pertaining to Chinese activity in Latin America and the Caribbean and U.S. policy. Our witnesses are Mr. Rashid Griffith. Among other things, Mr. Griffith is founder of the China and the Caribbean newsletter and host of the associated podcast. He focuses on China's engagement with small states, and today we'll discuss China and the Caribbean. Next is Dr. Luis Rubio. His long career includes being current chairman of public policy think tank Mexico Evalua and the former chair of the Mexican Council on Foreign Relations. He will address China-Mexican relations. Third is Dr. Oliver de la Costa Strunkel from the FGV, and with all the pronunciation mistakes I've just made, I'm very glad there's an acronym for FGV, so I'm not going to pronounce that. FGV School for International Relations. He studies U.S.-China relations and Brazilian foreign policy, which converge on today's topic of China's engagement in Brazil. We appreciate all of you participating. Your full written statements will go on the record, and we would also appreciate you keeping your opening remarks to 7 minutes. Mr. Griffith, please lead us off.
Thank you, co-chairs Bartholomew and Scissors, distinguished members of the commission. Thank you for inviting me to testify at this important hearing. I will specifically address China's engagement in the Caribbean proper and the U.S. response. Because of time constraints, I will limit my presentation to 2 scenarios. For decades, the U.S. has been sleepwalking towards the Caribbean. In the last 20 years, a U.S. president has only visited the Caribbean 3 times, each time being President Obama. Little effort has been placed on honing a nuanced understanding of what the Caribbean has gained and hopes to gain from its engagement with China. The Caribbean is not an idle player. The fundamental question should not be, why is China engaging in the Caribbean? Rather, it should be, why do Caribbean countries so readily seek out deals with Chinese firms? The problem that prevents this question from being taken seriously is that the U.S. tends to treat the Caribbean as a foreign policy Rorschach test, looking down the island chain to see what they want instead of what actually is there. This imprinting leads to policy miscalculation. The Caribbean is heterogeneous and has its own agency. A robust U.S. foreign policy must take that fact head on and not brush it to the side. I will give 2 examples where asymmetric information about how the Caribbean deals with Chinese firms harms U.S. policy. Firstly, the debt trap narrative. A striking feature of the oft-repeated debt trap narrative is that in the Caribbean, that narrative is linked with Taiwan and not China. If the U.S. perspective is persistently leveraging debt trapping as an argument to counter China in the region, it is likely to have the opposite effect. For example, after Grenada was virtually decimated by Hurricane Ivan in 2005, the country decided to switch its recognition to China, which came to build infrastructure in Grenada. The damage from Hurricane Ivan was estimated to be over 200% of Grenada's GDP. Over 90% of homes were damaged or destroyed, and according to government reports, around 50% of the population was left homeless. It should be stressed that China was not the first choice for Grenada, but it was the only country willing to provide the necessary assistance. At that time, Taiwan was Grenada's largest bilateral lender. Grenada eventually defaulted on its debt over Taiwan as Taiwan refused to participate in the debt restructuring program. Following the diplomatic switch, Taiwan sued Grenada in U.S. courts. In 2011, Taiwan went further and served restraining notices on all Grenada's assets in the U.S., further constrain the country's growth. This case is not well known outside the Caribbean. Another example is the offshore Caribbean. There are around 217 China-based companies listed on US exchanges, as noted by a recent US CC report. However, around 69% of these China-based companies use what we call a VIE structure to list on the exchanges. That is, most of the Chinese firms that are listed in the US are actually Caribbean firms in the Cayman Islands or BVI. Although the aforementioned USCC report noted the number of Chinese firms and mentioned the total market capitalization, it did not mention the exposure to equities of US investors to Chinese firms. Official US Treasury data indicates that US investors hold about 154 billion USD in Chinese equities. But as a recent study showed, published in April 2021 by a team of US economists, it has been shown that US investors have an exposure of close to 700 billion USD in Chinese equities. The reason why this equities exposure is so dramatically underreported in Treasury data is because a large part of the flow from the US goes to Cayman Islands, which, as I said, are actually Chinese firms. After realizing how enormous the actual equity exposure is, it's necessary to point out that while much attention is being paid to the 1.1 trillion of the US treasuries held by China, almost no attention has been paid to the 700 billion USD equity holdings in Chinese firms. To close, I will make two quick recommendations which are expanded on in my written testimony. First, the US should expand its diplomatic posture and presence in the Caribbean. To show commitment to regional partners, high-level US government executives should visit the Caribbean with more regularity. There is one US embassy accredited to 7 Eastern Caribbean countries. There's obviously limits to groundwork diplomacy that can be done in the Eastern Caribbean. Secondly, US embassies, along with the US State Department, should hire and train specialists in Caribbean political economy, and also commission a comprehensive report to have a clear understanding of what the facts are on the ground. I will end there for time, and thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Dr. Rubio.
Somebody tell him?
Yeah.
Dr. Rubio, we can't
Dr.
hear
Rubio,
you.
yeah, we can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Sorry about
There
that.
we go.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you, Dr. Caesars. Dear members of the Commission, thank you very much for the opportunity to appear before you. No one can doubt the enormous ambitions of China as a world power. Mexico, however, has been spared of much of the Chinese hyperactivity in Latin America because China sees Mexico within the American sphere of influence. Today,
Jameson?
Somebody can talk to him. Dr. Rubio, we cannot hear you.
We'll let him start again. Dan, what is the problem?
Can somebody wave to him?
Yeah, yeah, can they see us? Right. So
Luis?
let's-
Luis?
Derek, you ought to tell him you can't hear him.
Yeah,
we can't
we're
hear
having
him.
a technical problem here.
I don't think Derek can hear us. Derek, can you hear us?
No.
Dropped out.
Yeah. Does anybody have Derek's number? Do you have Derek's number?
Seems that the connection to the room's
Yeah, the thing, yeah,
Oh, that's so nice.
it's all right.
Trust me, he'll get back to me a lot worse. He gives a lot
The room is still live on WebEx, we just,
Oh, our voices are being heard, so.
I just got notified.
I don't have Derek's number here. The poor guy is testifying. Because Jameson is absent. That's what's going on.
So somebody needs to at least chat and tell these guys what's going on. We'll let.
Yeah, you guys are having a good time. What's going on? No, no,
I
no.
think they can only hear us.
They could, if he could hear us, he would have stopped talking.
The people, the audience out there in the
Oh,
world.
oh.
Griffith's testimony is already online and out, so Colleen ended his testimony. So let's get come back in. That's your last, where you are always up in public. Okay, so it's Dr. Rubio we need to start. Okay.
That's the screen that's up now.
We have it in recess. I really want that 2 minutes. Just progress the way we did that.
Well, what he didn't say was that Chinese bold national currency, which is probably more influence than we could ever have.
Derek, can you guys hear me now? Dr. Rubio, Derek?
Yep.
You all
Yes, we can hear you.
Derek, okay, then I think, does that mean we can start again? Okay, it's my understanding that yes, so we're gonna start again, and we're gonna pick up some technical difficulties here, but Dr. Rubio, let's go ahead and, I'm sorry, but can you start your testimony again from the beginning?
Sure. Thank you. Thanks again for the opportunity to appear before you. No one can doubt the enormous ambitions of China as a world power. Mexico has been spared of much of the Chinese hyperactivity in Latin America because China sees Mexico within the American sphere of influence. Today, however, it is Mexico, not China, that is seeking China. More important, it was President Trump's threat to do away with NAFTA that triggered Mexico's approach to China. NAFTA's importance to Mexico can hardly be overstated. More than a trade agreement, NAFTA was the main source of legal and political certainty for the country's development ever since it came into force. USMCA upgraded NAFTA, but stripped the legal components inherent to the earlier trade agreement that made NAFTA so transcendent. In so doing, it opened up a Pandora's box, which had a lot to do with why Mexico began to rethink its relationship with both the US and China. The common US-Mexico border is an extraordinarily complex and diverse region where two cultures, peoples, histories, and experiences clash, often producing sources of conflict. In this vein, two mechanisms were agreed upon in 1988 that made it possible to address problems without generating diplomatic crisis. One was a common vision about the future, one of eventual convergence. The other was an agreement on the principle of compartmentalization, which allowed managing this complex relationship without causing endless conflict and publicity that this brought about. This worked well until President Trump's arrival at the White House in 2017. President López Obrador has long been a critic of both the economic policies of the previous decades and of his nation's closeness with the US. In the absence of a change in America's position of NAFTA, his options to shift course would have been limited. However, his coincidence of vision with President Trump gave him the opportunity to devise a potentially new course for Mexico. China has long had a keen geopolitical perspective on Mexico. Thus, compared to Brazil or Peru, it has had very small participation or investment in the country. Perceived American weakness, but especially a willing Mexican administration, have begun to change that picture. On the Chinese side, China benefits by challenging the American hegemony in the region, and on the Mexican side, it fuels its drive to diversify away from the US, though so far mostly in a symbolic way. Some quick specific issues. Mexico's composition of trade does not lend credence to the notion that China has been using Mexico's duty-free access to the US as a vehicle to sidestep existing restrictions imposed by the US to Chinese exports. In addition, not all of Mexico's exports to the US enter as tax-free goods. Many, including those with Chinese-made components, pay duty on entering the States. The original Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP, was meant to address two objectives. One was to upgrade NAFTA without focusing on a direct renegotiation among its three partners. The other was to effectively create a free trade zone in the Pacific region to strengthen American ties with its Asian trading partners other than China. TPP entailed a strategic vision that matched the notion of an American-led world order of yesteryear. By abandoning it, the US wasted a major opportunity to achieve these two objectives. 4 years later, the political context has changed, but not the transcendence of the original goals in both the Pacific region as well as in North America. What is uncontestable is that a significant increase in Chinese influence over Mexico would have strong implications for US security. Much more important than trade or cultural penetration, China's influence in Mexico is particularly significant on two fronts. As supplier of inputs to illegal drugs drug companies based in Mexico, particularly fentanyl, and as an illegal point of entry by Chinese migrants into the US territory. Still, the match between China and Mexico is not an easy one. Whereas the American and Mexican economies complement each other, Mexico competes with China as they produce similar goods. China unleashes passions everywhere, but beyond emotions, the structural factors of this triangle explain why Mexico's economy is so tightly aligned with that of the US. Politics, however, could distort the economic rationale. The issue at heart for Mexico and therefore for the US's weakest border has nothing to do with China. The challenge has to do with Mexico's own weak systems of governance that produces frequent crises, those that NAFTA was meant to allay, but did successfully for some decades. From this perspective, it is critical to understand that Mexico's problem is not corruption, drugs, or violence, but a lack of governance duly anchored in the rule of law. In conclusion, Mexico's government is exploiting the current situation to distance Mexico from the US, at least politically, to satisfy an ideological view as well as internal political electoral objectives. Thus, the main conclusion is that it is the US-Mexico relationship that needs addressing, for China is not a challenge at this juncture. I have three broad recommendations for congressional action. First and foremost, to strengthen ties between the two countries. The strongest supporters of democracy in Mexico are also the most reliable friends of the US. Many of them are former students at American universities. The virtuous circle never fails, and it must be deepened and expanded in every area of life and the economy. Second, to help strengthen Mexico's institutions. The best antidote to Chinese interference and the best way to strengthen the common border is to support the organizations fighting for democracy, against corruption, and for freedom of information. And third, make use of American institutions to strengthen Mexico's. Support all and every effort to continue reducing and eliminating obstacles to trade, investment, and overall economic integration. Foster active exchanges among judges, justices, legislators, regulators, and mayors. Promote workshops among teachers of both nations and funded cultural exchanges among actors, cooks, academics, and so on. China is an active player because it supports the status quo. It sells technologies that can be used to control the populations and is willing to employ corruption to advance its objectives, and in that it matches the nature of Mexico's political system and practices. It finds in Mexico a potentially rich environment for its expansion because of the country's weaknesses. It is those that the US could help change. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Griffith,
Thank you, Dr. Rubio.
sorry, Mr. Griffith,
Whoops.
before we start, I just wanted to assure you that the technical difficulty happened after you had spoken, so your testimony will still be completely on the record with us.
Thank you, Dr. Rubio, for both of your presentations. Dr. Stunkel.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. It's a pleasure to be part of this hearing. I'd like to make a few brief points about China's role in Brazil, which I believe is useful to think about Beijing's role more broadly in Latin America and how the United States could respond. The first issue, which is fairly obvious, but I think it's still worth making it, is that China has two major advantages, both in Brazil and across Latin America. The first is it's very far away. And as a consequence, it's very difficult to make the case to Latin Americans that China is a strategic threat. And I think it's worth using the example of Vietnam or South Korea, which use the United States and the proximity and the partnership, the alliance with the United States to balance China. And in the same way, it's fairly common in Latin America to have China close, which isn't really seen as a threat because it's so far away, in order to balance US influence. And that's not really, people who defend that don't really sort of agree with the Communist Party or anything that's being done in China. It's much more sort of a classic, realist argument of having another superpower close in order to mitigate the impact of being so close to another. And that, I think, leads me to my second point is the rhetoric, US rhetoric in Latin America that people should sort of be careful with China, et cetera, tends to be unconvincing and counterproductive as a consequence, especially if, as previous US governments, particularly the Trump administration has done, makes direct reference to the Monroe Doctrine, which evokes sort of the traumatic history of US interventions in Latin America. The second advantage is that there's a lot more economic complementarity between Latin America and China than is the case with the United States. Brazil and the United States compete for access to China's market. They both want to sell soy. And as a consequence, it's much easier for China to promote the trade relationship without facing a domestic backlash, which has been the case in the United States. At the early days of the Trump administration and Bolsonaro, there was a lot of expectations that trade could be increased. And it was quite obvious that that wouldn't be the case because Brazil's products compete directly with key states that voted for Trump. So under no circumstance would there be a big deal that would allow Brazilian agriculture to compete with US agriculture, which was supportive of Trump. So whatever the United States does with Latin America, it needs to be aware of these two advantages China faces, that China has in Latin America. The other issue is that China's strategy in Brazil, I think, is a good example of how effective China has been at increasing its influence without generating much of a backlash. That's, of course, as has been said in previous panels, because China embraces a non-interventionist rhetoric, which is very appealing to Latin America. Under no circumstances, not even in Venezuela, would China ever publicly comment on domestic issues that take place in Latin America. And that, of course, is sort of seen as as an assurance that China is kind of an all-weather friend, that as long as you don't talk about Xinjiang or Hong Kong or any of these sort of internal issues from a Chinese perspective, then it's very unlikely that China will criticize you, which is always good to know because right now Brazil is fairly isolated diplomatically. There aren't really that many presidents in Europe or North America who would be happy to meet Bolsonaro, who's a kind of a pariah, whereas he does have the BRICS summit where he at least gets sort of a photo op with leaders to show that he's not entirely isolated. China, I think one of the effectiveness of China's engagement in Brazil is that China knows what it's good at, credits, infrastructure, investments, but it also knows what it's not good at. It knows very well that China lacks soft power. It will never probably be able to beat America in the realm of soft power. My students, of course, they prefer to go to spend an exchange year in the United States or do their master's in the United States, and only a small minority would want to go to China. And that's sort of the key issues that that the United States obviously should focus on, whereas China doesn't really engage in that. It focuses more on the things that it knows is competitive. And I think the United States not necessarily does that. And the issue of 5G and Huawei was sort of a prime example of that, because the United States ended up trying to compete with China on China's turf, right? And that's not something where there was a clear chance of beating China unless the United States would have offered the Brazilian government to pay for the difference between what it costs to have Huawei as a key provider of 5G equipment with compared to the much higher cost of having, for example, Ericsson as a supplier. The next issue, I think, is that China has a long-term strategy vis-a-vis Brazil, and that allows it to sustain periods of tensions like the one we're experiencing right now. China doesn't really react that much to anti-China rhetoric by President Bolsonaro because it knows that it needs Brazil in the long term. And the last time I was in Beijing, Bolsonaro had just been elected, and I said, what do you think about the fact that we have a xenophobic president now? And they said, we think about Brazil in terms of like 10, 15, 20 years. We don't think that Bolsonaro will be in power by then. So we think long term because we know that we will need Brazilian commodities even 50 years from now. Whereas we will be able to, possibly replace, German products or other products of rich countries. We will always depend on commodities. It's a very, I think, long-term strategy which allows it to navigate these difficult moments it's experiencing right now quite successfully. Brazil has a very anti-China president, but on the big issues, China has managed to avoid actual anti-Chinese policies. The second to last issue, Brazil is not prepared for a more Asia-centric world. It lacks the knowledge necessary to craft a sophisticated strategy vis-a-vis China. The number of sinologists is tiny. The number of diplomats who speak Chinese is very small. And as a consequence, it's a profoundly asymmetric relationship. One of the things that would actually help Brazil is not do it through the United States, but for example, partner with Australia, a country that is sort of not directly a stakeholder in this great power contestation, and allow Brazil to develop more knowledge on China, which would allow it, I think, to develop a more sophisticated strategy. And finally, as a recommendation, and I've heard the previous panels and they were all excellent. As I said, I think the mistake that past policymakers, US policymakers have done is to warn publicly the Latin American publics of the growing influence of China without recognizing that, of course, the relationship between Latin America and China does produce some benefits. Latin America is made up of developing countries which really are to some extent dependent on China. And the idea of reducing this dependence is not realistic at this stage because of the many benefits that produces. So the pressure that the United States may or may not exert on Latin American governments vis-a-vis China should be done behind closed doors, because doing so publicly is counterproductive. And the second recommendation, last, is to focus on the things the United States is good at. In environmental issues, this government is prioritizing these things, empowering civil society, engaging subnational leaders, allowing more Brazilian students to study in the United States. All these are issues where really China cannot compete at all. The Summit of the Americas is a wonderful opportunity to establish a regional dialogue, which doesn't exist right now. The Latin American presidents barely talk to each other. So the United States has a convocatory power to bring together decision makers in the region that China lacks. And I think that allows the US to set the agenda in the region in a way that no other country can. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Strunkel. For Q&A, we will again reverse the alphabet. I ask my fellow commissioners to consider directing longer questions to individual witnesses. Commissioner Wong, please start us off.
Thanks, Derek, and thank you to all the panelists. Apologies for that technical difficulty. And hello again, Luis. It's good to see you again. I don't know if you remember, but we met each other a couple of times during some meetings across the world in the Trilateral Commission. But thank you for joining us today. My questions focus on the Caribbean, and Mr. Griffith, thank you for your testimony. I was interested to read your testimony and hear it because I think you often hear people compare the South China Sea situation for China to the Caribbean for the United States. I happen to think that comparison is perhaps true as far as it goes, but suffers from some it's imperfect. I mean, considering the makeup of the nations, the differences in the makeup of the nations of the South China Sea and the Caribbean, the percentage of international trade, the populations, the resource potential. But that said, look, the Caribbean's important, and in reading your kind of 5 case studies of particular instances of Chinese engagement in the Caribbean, I can tell you, and you say this, you seek to complicate and add nuance to our understanding of Chinese activity and the relationships of the nations of the Caribbean with China. in reading it as a whole, I get the sense that you are making the argument that, you know, this is more about the nations of the Caribbean making certain economic choices in their relationship with China rather than some sort of concerted effort by the Chinese to expand its influence in the Caribbean. Given that argument, if that's correct, am I also right in hearing you say that, you know, as far as U.S. policy, we should care about the Caribbean, qua the Caribbean, not as a space for competition with China? Is that essentially your message?
Essentially, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. My second, sorry,
okay.
if you want to expand.
Okay. Sorry.
If you want to expand.
Yeah, I was going to say it because too often what happens is that in the action of doing U.S. policy qua U.S. in the Caribbean, nothing actually happens. So if, for example, the U.S. actually wants to exert influence or actually have a realistic policy in the region, then the Caribbean's requirements, the Caribbean's needs, the Caribbean's terms would have to take precedence. The prioritization of Caribbean governments relative to the prioritization of U.S. interests would have to actually have the equilibrium where you have to sustain the link in a robust way. Currently, it is just the case that what happens in the Caribbean is not regarded as that important, but really what the U.S. sees in the Caribbean takes precedence, and that obviously cannot go for good policy.
Great, thank you. My second question goes more specifically, you discuss the citizen investment programs of certain nations in the Caribbean. Sure. And obviously this has been the subject of discussion between the United States as well as other countries with those Caribbean nations. There's been the citation of perhaps some national security interests, potential for abuse of the programs for money laundering purposes, sanctions evasion, other issues. Now, I happen to think, you know, most of the Chinese citizens purchasing these passports or these citizenships, that's more of a commentary on their hedging strategy, you know, of where they may need an escape mechanism from the Chinese economy if something happens, and less so of a national security issue for the United States. But I don't think that the national security concerns are non-existent. So is it your proposal that we simply not raise this as an issue, or is there a more nuanced way to discuss this, or perhaps technical assistance to help with vetting that you would offer?
There's always a more nuanced way to have the conversation. I would say too often, though, the nuance is not even discussed or even attempt to discuss. So what happens is there are some very blatant offensive statements that the U.S. gives towards these Caribbean projects. And at the same time, of course, these are independent Caribbean countries that have their own democracies that can decide how their own foreign policy works. If that foreign policy and that domestic policy has some contrary agenda to the U.S., then obviously that conversation requires a lot more, like, you know, detailed conversation on the U.S. and China and the Caribbean part. But that's not what we see. We see a very blatant example where the U.S. goes from very strong against the Caribbean countries. But what happens when that goes on? The Caribbean governments and the Caribbean countries then feel a sense of condescension. And obviously, if that sense of condescension expands, any other tangential U.S. interests in Caribbean also get pushed aside. So, of course, it could be nuanced. I would say the downplay of risk, the upplay of risk by the U.S. is obviously a bit too high, as oftentimes. But, of course, nuance can be had. However, the conversation has to be done with these are realistic, robust programs that help Caribbean countries, and it is their prerogative to do it. If then the U.S. comes to the table with a more nuanced agenda to how do you actually vet or even propose rules or to vet the potential buyers, that's a realistic proposal. But just coming to the floor and say it is bad, it means money laundering, those kind of frameworks always lead to condescension and always lead to push back from the Caribbean.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wessel?
Thank you all for being here and for your patience with our technical issues. I have a question for each of the witnesses. Mr. Griffith, for you first, you talked about the VIE structure, BVI, in Cayman Islands. A quick question, is that generating much domestic activity other than for some banks and law firms and the post office boxes that support those efforts? Is there domestic activity associated with those?
For example, in the BVI, the offshore industry, accounts for about 20% of employment rate, over 3,000, 4,000 jobs, about 300, 30% of the GDP or so. So it's actually a very substantial amount of the economy in, for example, in BVI. I would also say though, that the BVI Cayman Islands, their offshore market isn't just what you meant for PO box companies. These are robust legal services, accounting services, financial services that primarily U.S. companies use. These are actually not primarily Chinese companies use. So if, for example, you were to claim that these are, let's say, non-essential shell companies activity, then that would equally as say, well, most of the activity that these kind of produce is insufficient to actually meet demands of the domestic economy. But because we know from data that this actually produces a huge amount for the domestic economy, employment and GDP, in government surplus potential, in resourcing for across the world, then it is really significant that these offshore markets play. So by no means is it a PO box service.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. Dr. Rubio, with regard to Chinese investment in Mexico, which I understand is has been fairly low and actually was declining, my understanding is that it's beginning to tick up, that there has been a push by the AMLO government to attract new investment, but that there are concerns that the legitimation vote process is required under USMCA is not being applied to the new investment. Do you have any information on that and any light you can shed?
In terms of volume, the majority of Chinese participation these days has to do with contract work for the two of the three big government priorities, one being the so-called Maya train, the other being the refinery that is being built in the state of Tabasco. A Chinese company recently closely associated with the Chinese government has bought a large manufacturer of solar panels. But beyond that, there's very little, and there's a significant industrial plant along the border which produces or assembles parts and components that go into the export industry. That may be the one that you're focusing on. It's not something new. It's been happening for some years now, and that has to do with labor prices, which are lower in Mexico than in China these days. What I have seen is that the big American companies, particularly GM, Ford, Chrysler, are extraordinarily capable of separating what comes through what channels and what goes under USMCA and what doesn't go that way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Stunkel, my recollection was that there were a number of very specific and significant trade tensions between Brazil and China. Steel, tires, I think a number of other sectors where Brazil raised its tariffs pretty significantly. From what you said, though, I interpret what you said is that those are somewhat transitory problems rather than long-term irritants, if you will, in the system. Am I correct in how I interpret your comments?
Yes, I think you're right. I think those are, I don't consider those to change the overall tendency of where the trade relationship is going.
But does Brazil view China, because of Brazil's somewhat significant industrial capacity, as a threat or an opportunity? Is China filling gaps in the Brazil market, telecom, white goods, et cetera?
Well, it's interesting that you point to the dual nature of Brazil's economy. There is the increasingly powerful agribusiness, which is focused mostly on the export of low value added goods, which of course is very pro-Chinese and which is increasingly gaining political power. I would say the geographic new center of power is sort of what we call the center east and no longer the southwest of, the traditional industrial heartland of Brazil is losing power to the big farmers, basically. And that also can be seen as how the perception, the way that Brazil thinks about China is shifting and tends to be more positive due to the growing power of agriculture in Brazil's economy. Now, the industrial part is of course also concerned because there is competition also going on, but I wouldn't consider, I wouldn't think that China considers Brazil in that sense as a competitor. And yes, absolutely, China is being able to fill gaps in that sense, even though the key element of the trade relationship is Brazil, which has a major trade surplus, selling and exporting low value added commodities to China.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Talent.
He had to catch a flight. He's not here.
Okay. Sorry that I can't see the room. Commissioner Camphausen.
Thank you. I have a single question, and I invite each of the panelists to respond. And that is, it relates to traditional national security topics, issues, concerns. If you could each answer from the perspective of your country or countries, in Mr. Griffith's case, what topics, what issues, what concerns occur to you as you think about your country and China's growing military power, its increasing security presence, even in somewhat non-traditional ways? Are there issues that come to mind that you think are worthy of the Commission taking note of? I would say in none of your testimony did it rise to the level of concern. And so if the answer is no, that's perfectly fine, but wanted to give you an opportunity to take up this particular issue during my time of questioning. So if we could go in the order that you testified, that'd be terrific, Mr. Griffith.
I would say if I were to pick one of many issues, perhaps the single most concrete issue the Caribbean has is primarily financial. So U.S. correspondent banking has a big impact, negative impact on how Caribbean economies operate and function. Now, that's obviously because of
had 4 straight virtual hearings and then 3 more panels. And this is the first time this has happened.
No issue.
Okay,
Seems
I
like we
think
can hear.
Okay, we started again? Mr. Griffith, can you hear me now? Yeah, I think he can. Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Okay,
I
I'm
can.
sorry. Can we have you maybe, I don't know, either pick up your answer midstream or start your answer again to Commissioner Camphausen's question?
Sure, I'll start from top. Not sure where it was cut off. Okay, so to answer the question, for one of the concrete issues that the Caribbean does have, as you know, pretty easy to explain, is the correspondent banking crisis. Since the global financial crisis in the US, obviously a lot of the rules were changed, particularly AML and risk in correspondent networks. This has caused a severe issue for Caribbean countries. At one point in time, Belize had lost about 40% of its correspondent network into the US, which means in effect that the Caribbean can be cut off from the entire world financial system, given that our trade currency is the US currency. At some points in time, this leads to a fact where Caribbean countries will look to diversify its currency holdings, where Suriname, for example, leads by example, where it has a bilateral swap arrangement with the PBOC, the Chinese Central Bank, for RMB already. I think over time, perhaps other Caribbean countries will look to do that route as well. So I think if you think about risk in terms of influence, I would say that the correspondent crisis caused by the U.S. regulatory financial law change has perhaps pushed the Caribbean in some sense, or will push the Caribbean in some sense, to look for other banking partners.
Thank you. Dr. Rubio, please.
Yes, Commissioner Camphausen, and the short answer, I think, is no. Mexico is playing the China card, as Mexicans call it, not changing course. It's a symbolic move. The issues that concern the U.S. are not being changed by the government, partly because the number of issues that are subject to conflict along and across the border are so huge and so varied that there's no need and no need to increase them, as it were. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Stoinkol?
I would say the major national security challenges in Brazil are mostly about non-state actors, militias, organized crime, drug cartels, both in urban regions and along pretty much all of its borders, state collapse in Venezuela, but none actually directly connected to China. I've conducted interviews with Brazilian armed forces, members of the armed forces over the past years, and none of them bring up China sort of on their own. So I think that's a reflection of the fact that China has been, despite its massive increase in influence, for example, having acquired over the past years a significant amount of Brazil's electricity sector, has actually been capable of remaining pretty much below the radar of both public opinion and elite opinion, not being seen as a strategic or national security threat.
Thank you very much. Very helpful. I yield the time.
Commissioner Glass?
Hi, my question is for Dr. Rubio. Dr. Rubio, in your testimony, you talk a lot about the strategic relationship that we have with Mexico and the USMCA agreement, which of course was great interest of both Republicans and Democrats when that was renegotiated. There were certain rules of origin changes that were tightened in the agreement that you're aware of to help increase the content requirements, whether it was for autos or other products, to ensure the benefits go to manufacturers both in the US, Canada, and Mexico. And you talk about in your testimony about us needing to strengthen our relationship with Mexico, our strategic and economic relationship, and some of the governance issues associated. If you had a magic wand and wanted to make sure that economic prosperity came to both the United States and Mexico and was maximized under the USMCA agreement as an alternative to sourcing products out of Asia or other areas of the world, what would your suggestions be in terms of the pathway forward?
Wow, that's a great question. Thank you for it. It's a complicated one. NAFTA or USMCA is by far the largest, the most important engine of growth of Mexico's economy through exports. So the influence that American companies and the American government, as well as American institutions of all kinds, both in government and around government, are enormously important and potentially powerful in helping Mexico help itself. Because at the end of the day, the issues that Mexico confronts are basic issues of governance that the country has been unwilling or incapable of addressing. President López Obrador would have been ideally located to address some of the reforms that his predecessor were not willing to do or had conflicts of interest with powerful interests in the country, and yet he has failed to take advantage of that opportunity. He simply does not see it. So to try to answer your question, I think that sanctions is not the best way. Rather, I think it's carrots that we should use, and that's why my proposals, my ideas are let's pursue deeper integration. All that Mexican population that is directly or indirectly related to USMCA is all willing and avid participant. People want those jobs because they're the best jobs. You may be surprised that 55% of the population, according to recent polls, has a direct relative living in the US. So communication between the two societies is ongoing, permanent, natural. It happens every day, and with the cost of communications these days, it's extremely easy and cheap. And that's true from the, sorry?
No, thank you, Dr. Rubio. A question, just a quick follow-up question for you. When you're talking about governance, can you just drill down a little bit more on what you're speaking about? In particular, there were provisions in the new agreement on enforcement mechanisms, and I'm just wondering if you think Mexico is in a position to, based on some of the quote governance issues, to take full advantage of ensuring that those enforcement mechanisms are realized.
Those will work. There are two cases today on labor, and I think that those will be worked out one way or another. I think that there are conflicting interests on the Mexican labor side, on the American labor side. but those help create an environment of rules and rule abiding, and that is what I think has changed a good chunk of Mexico's north in particular. So it is a good beginning. I don't think that sanctions will be the best way. Again, I think that those procedures would be ideal, and if they serve to show how to do it rather than punish those that don't do it.
Thank you, and I'll yield back my time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fiedler.
I'd like, particularly for Mexico and Brazil, to know whether there's been significant activity by the Chinese with your political parties, given the fact that both dynamics are very volatile.
I'll take the first one, if that's okay. In Mexico, there's very little Chinese involvement. They organize elite meetings, or used to before COVID. Not much more than that. There are no cultural centers organized by the Chinese. There are a few intellectuals or reporters that are invited to China, but it's very small. It's a very small activity, very little to do with politics as such.
In Brazil's case, this scenario is somewhat similar. China doesn't tend to focus on parties, even though there has been the practice of inviting congressmen and women and bureaucrats in the context of the BRICS meetings. In general, BRICS is seen as a yearly presidential summit, but there are actually up to 100 meetings, around 15 of which are minister level. So that leaves you with about 60 meetings a year between bureaucrats above all. And there's a significant number of missions when China invites groups or commission members of both the Senate and Congress to visit China. Such as, visit the headquarters of Huawei and these kinds of exchanges. But specifically, when it comes to parties, that's not happening a lot, in part because the parties in Brazil, many actually lack an ideology. They're mostly seen as strategic vessels, but not really relevant vehicles that, politicians can very much change party affiliation 5 times throughout their careers. So I think China justifiably doesn't identify most parties as useful entities to engage with in that sense.
What are you seeing in terms of Chinese acquisition of Mexican and Brazilian companies? Have you seen any increase over the last 5 years?
In Mexico, the increase has been significant because it's starting with almost zero. But there are 2 or 3 companies, that's all, very small. There are more Mexican companies in China than Chinese companies in Mexico.
Yep.
In the case of Brazil, there's currently a bit of a lull, and there's a massive debate in Brazil about whether that has to do with the anti-China rhetoric by President Bolsonaro. I think that it's certainly true that at this stage, for a Chinese investor, investing in Brazil is not exactly the way to, move closer to the decision makers in Beijing, because at this stage, Brazil isn't, very, very close to China because of its anti-Chinese government. But that may change. Now, over the past years, the long-term trend is of increasing investment and a large diversification and sophistication of Chinese investment, which initially were mostly commodities, and then towards infrastructure, energy, and now, which I think is sort of the next stage, startups, unicorns. So if you look at the most competitive Brazilian companies, which are really sort of the next generation companies, in fintech, the sort of the Brazilian versions of Amazon, et cetera. Those are one called 99 Taxi, which is sort of a Brazilian version of Uber. Those are pretty much all now in Chinese hands. So that has changed quite significantly. And I see it that I used to not have many of my former students work for companies owned by Chinese investors, and that's the norm now. That particularly sort of in the tech sector, China is becoming increasingly active.
Just quickly, Dr. Rubio, why do you think they're ignoring Mexico? I mean, beyond, you've already stated that they figure they're within our sphere of influence, but that doesn't really explain it to me.
They have taken that line, and it's only recently that they have begun to participate more actively, but with very small initiatives. So far, it is less than $1 billion in total investment, including the contracting jobs for the two big government projects, which amount to more than $10 billion altogether.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Vice Chairman Cleveland.
Thank you. I have two questions. I'm interested in, you've written extensively on global order, Dr. Stunkel, and I'm curious what role you see BRICS playing in standard setting. The Commission's looked at in the past how the CCP has tried to use international institutions and particularly UN institutions to advance their agenda to promote standard setting for everything from telecommunications to other commercial enterprises. So I'm wondering how you see perhaps the BRICS organization being a useful regional or global institution that advances China's commercial interests. That's the first part. And then I'm interested, Mr. Rubio, in response to Commissioner Camphausen, you said there were not compelling national security issues, but there has been extensive reporting in the last year or so, and by the Wilson Center and also Reuters report on the deepening connections between Chinese fentanyl producers and the cartels in Mexico, and using Mexico as a way to access the American market. So I'm curious if you have any observations on this growing illegal trade as a national security threat both to Mexico and to the United States. Dr. Stunkel, if you could.
Shall I? Yeah. So the BRICS is a bit of an unusual structure. It's perhaps something like the G7, but it does have all these working groups, which makes it perhaps look a bit like the OECD. It does have a limited degree of institutionalization. It does have a development bank. So it's a bit of an odd structure, but it still exists also because it's, of course, for Brazil, very useful to have an institutional platform to establish ties on many different levels to China and to assure that the president gets guaranteed face time with Xi Jinping, and the same, of course, for the Minister of Defense, Education, and all of those which get to talk regularly to their BRICS counterparts, which is above all about China, and I think that's true for all the other BRICS member countries that are there mostly to talk to China. And the way this basically works is there's a year-long discussion amongst the Sherpas about the BRICS declaration, and all the countries try to sort of include their preferences. And of course, China, I would say, along with perhaps Russia and India, are the most active in shaping these declarations. I would say that South Africa and Brazil are fairly passive, in part because of many domestic challenges that have kept it from influencing these discussions. And there, even though sometimes it's done in a fairly subtle way, China makes it very clear that it would appreciate other countries supporting a lot of the issues that you've just mentioned. And it's interesting that there's a bit of a tension in Brazil's position. You mentioned telecommunications, whereas the that Brazil and civil society does have an interest in keeping the internet open, which is much more aligned with sort of the way the United States conceives of the future of the internet. It's very appealing sort of at first sight that when China says we should allow the UN to do that. So yes, I would say that that BRICS in that sense is an important vehicle, even though again, BRICS functions more like a talking shop where sort of each country says what it likes, what it would like to include in the declaration, and if there's no consensus, then that will just be thrown out. So it's not like Brazil is forced to adopt sort of a BRICS position, as we could see last year when Brazil disagreed with the stance of the other BRICS countries vis-a-vis recognizing Maduro as legitimate president of Venezuela. Brazil just said, I recognize Guaido as the legitimate president, and basically that didn't make it into the final declaration. So it's in a way it's subtle, but it's certainly an important vehicle where these kinds of conversations are taking place, in which China utilizes to articulate what its preferences and interests are.
Thank you.
In Mexico's case, obviously organized crime and the violence that it produces are major issues in the bilateral relationship and national security issues for both countries. I didn't mention it in my earlier response for one reason, because organized crime in Mexico, particularly in the drug arena that takes drugs from Mexico to the US, responds to changes in American consumption. Earlier, a few decades back, that was mostly Colombian cocaine. Today, it's moved toward fentanyl and other synthetic drugs, so they source wherever they need to address their needs of their own market. The only thing Mexican about fentanyl and the like is the fact that there are laboratories in Mexico because there's less law enforcement in Mexico. But all the relevant inputs are foreign, mostly Chinese or Pakistani, and they are transferred to the US from Mexico. If American tastes changed and went back to cocaine or to marijuana or whatever else, they would be sourced somewhere else. That's the reason I neglected it. I'm sorry.
It was what I was interested in is the fact that there is this growing relationship between Chinese criminal enterprises and Mexican criminal enterprises, and is that
Yes, it is.
yeah,
It
yeah,
is.
okay,
That's correct.
yep, thank you.
Commissioner Borkoff.
Thank you. This is for Mr. Griffith. I was taken by the two paragraphs where you talk a little bit about the variable enterprises, variable interest enterprises, and the money that's being managed by the State Administration of Foreign Exchange. So I probably have two questions for you. The first one is, out of the roughly 400 billion, I think it was, that they're managing, about 100 billion is split between the Cayman Islands and the Virgin Islands. And interestingly, you mentioned that there are some 60% of the firms that are listed on the Dutch Caribbean Exchange in the British Islands are not tradable. So I don't totally understand what they're doing there. Are they parking money?
So the second question, the Dutch Caribbean Exchange. So that is let's say a business strategy that some lawyers and some accountants in Dutch Caribbean, some Chinese accountants kind of set up in a way to allow the Chinese companies to prepare for global standing, where they do all the compliance work to list on the exchange. They'll actually need to list on the exchange. Given also the Dutch Caribbean, this allows them some slightly more access to some investment from European Union, from Netherlands, and so on. So almost like a channel, a gateway market into larger investment products. So the exchange itself doesn't need, or the companies don't need to trade on. However, being listed on the exchange have the compliance standard enough to satisfy European investors. So it's like a business model that the exchange did. They have to pay a fee to get listed, so that's how they earn some more money.
Thank you. That was
And the first question is first question.
Go ahead if you want to respond. I had a question, but I think you may know what it is, so go right ahead.
No, I would say it was the first question. You can mention about the BVI.
Yeah, going back to, I was looking at Beryl Datura, and you made the statement that a significant portion of China's global investment in BRI projects is probably in that company. And the way the VIEs work, it's just that much harder to see what their true value is. So my question is, do we have a good idea of the amount of money that the SAFE has in the Caribbean right now that is probably risky investment? You know, over the years, a number of very large investment firms have failed in the Cayman Islands because of that law. And I'm just curious if we have an idea of how much money we have from America risked in those exchanges.
So that question. So the VIE structure is primarily not the core of the VIE structure as risky. It's not on the offshore side. It's on the Chinese side, where, for example, you have something called synthetic control, where in China, you have to have a lot of weird accounting and legal contracting done inside China. The outside part in the offshore, in the Caribbean, that part is very straightforward in terms of legal flexibility as well. So that's not really risk is for, like, if any risk for firms, it's on the Chinese side, not on the Caribbean side. In terms of the Better Investment and Safety State Administration for Foreign Exchange, they have a subsidiary in the BVI. We don't know exactly how much, but because we know from Chinese documents that the entity in the BVI is one responsible for a lot of the infrastructure spending, you can guess that a big chunk, or perhaps even all of it, that is actually globally transmitted through different capital corridors across the world, probably eliminated from transactions within the BVI. Obviously, also U.S. banks and European banks and so on. But we don't know exactly the specific number, given it's not public information. But given that's the task assigned to it, we can guess it's probably a lot. But then that is a separate issue from the risk that some investment from the U.S. will have when they invest in VIE. The VIE risk is not on the offshore side, it's on the Chinese side.
Thanks for explaining that.
Sure.
Chairman Bartholomew.
You know, in the interest of time, I'm not going to ask a question, but I will submit it for the record. And it's about surveillance and police training and the impact on the three countries. Well, Mr. Griffith, you have more than 3 countries you're talking about, but so I'll put it in the record. Derek, back to you.
Okay, this is I was one of the people advocating for a case study panel, so it's fair that I now don't know what to do. I think the witnesses have very clearly said something that isn't surprising, but they've laid it out for us. The Caribbean, Mexico, Brazil, they have completely different kinds of interactions with China, and it's very difficult to talk. You know, I try to think of a question to a thematic question. I can't do it. So I'm going to ask a question with regard to where you think the biggest risk in each of your relationships is. In other words, how could we always think about how things could go wrong for the United States? I have some very clear things that could go wrong for China, at least in the Caribbean and Brazil. So I'd ask each of you briefly, what do you think the biggest risk to the China-Caribbean relationship is, the China-Mexico relationship, and the China-Brazil relationship? And Mr. Griffith, please go first.
Okay, I would say the biggest risk on the China-Caribbean relationship is on the perhaps the government members on the Caribbean side. There's a long endemic problem in the Caribbean where the public sectors themselves aren't really properly organized to do good investments or to do good strategy or to do good, long-term planning. The problem is that if you take that into consideration and also take on too much debt or too much loans from anywhere, this is a problem that we have been having the IMF for decades, for example, then you will have some issues where you can't properly direct your economy and a strategic way forward. So the biggest risk for the Caribbean is a Caribbean problem that at the end of the day can only have a Caribbean solution.
Dr. Rubio?
Yep, thank you. Mexicans don't have much of an opinion on China. It's too distant and it's not close internally. So I would say, to answer your question directly, I think that the biggest risk is that Mexican welfare improves greatly to the point that it becomes irrelevant to ask China anything.
That's a wonderful risk. Thank you.
I share it.
So regarding Brazil, I think that there's basically one risk, which has sort of several sides to it, and that is Brazilian society and Brazilian elites are basically unaware of what a more China-centric world actually entails. It's very common to speak to decision makers in Brazil who have actually never been to China. The current Minister of the Economy has never been to China, and China has been our most important trading partner for the past decade. And that's sort of still okay. It's not seen as weird that he has just no idea about sort of this Asia-centric world. And I think that most people, as Dr. Rubio has pointed out, I think the same is true in Brazil, just don't know anything about China. They have no opinion. And that makes also creates a risk that if something bad happens, a lot of Brazilians will get their first impression about China, and they have so little previous knowledge that the lack of interest and the lack of a perception of the threat could very easily change if something happens, whereas every Brazilian has a pretty sophisticated understanding of the United States. So some politician saying bad or good things about America is unlikely to radically change the way Brazilians see the United States. So now we have a president who's openly xenophobic, and that will be a low-hanging fruit from an electoral point of view for years in Brazil. And China made a big mistake last year when it fought back and actively through this wolf warrior phenomenon actually lashed out against politicians, including the president's son, accusing him in op-eds in Brazilian newspapers. And at that stage, even some sort of pro-Chinese politicians in Brazil said, that's actually going a little too far. A diplomat shouldn't be criticizing one of our elected officials. That goes too far. So I think the risk could be that the Brazil-China relationship at some stage suddenly sort of faces problems which affect Brazil's public opinion a bit in a way that we're seeing in the China-Australia relationship, which is currently facing a lot of difficulties.
Thank you all. That brings the panel to a close. The Commission very much appreciates Mr. Griffith, Dr. Rubio, and Dr. Strunkel educating us today. I want to express my personal thanks for the written testimonies, which were extensive and very helpful to me. We are done, except for closing remarks, which I will turn over to the chair. Carolyn?
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I join you in thanking our witnesses for all the work that they put in to prepare for this, as well as their patience with the many questions that we have. And I thank people who are watching this online for their interest in it. The Commission's next hearing is on June 10th, and it's on China's nuclear posture, capabilities, and proliferation. And with that, we'll close down today. But again, thank you very much. Okay.